Everybody, we are live. This is me on what is this? December 29th. Coming back to stream. Last stream we did was New Year's Eve, I believe. So thanks everyone if you are tuning in for the very first time. I'm just going to go live. Make sure this is live. Click on my stream. And we'll change the dashboard. Okay, yeah, I think we're live. Let's send this link out to a couple people. I'm actually watching a video, a tutorial on Jakiro. By Dubu. Dubu is a ex-professional player from Korea, and he is a position 5 player. So we'll send this to a couple people. It's great. We'll send this link out to a couple other friends. Hopefully they will join. Hey, how are you? Thanks for tuning in to the stream. I haven't had a chance to take a look at your messages, so I do apologize for that. Thanks for tuning in. That's tough to say. I mean, some people like to keep a handle just for anonymity reasons, because they just don't want their first name or last. Excuse me, I sneezed. Anonymity reasons, and some people like. Oh, yeah, there must be some lag. Sorry. So I'll try to take your question as I see it on the chat whenever it comes by. But the question was, do you think I should change my YouTube handle to my name or keep it as at the Mortgage Mate? So I guess there's a couple things that you need to think about in some kind of decision tree, like whether or not anonymity matters to you, like if you want your name out there. I mean, obviously people can find it. It's not impossible, but some people like it that way. Some people also like to have a handle, right? Like, I don't know, a very famous Twitch streamer, Dr. Disrespect. I mean, he has a real name, but he dresses up in a fucking costume and plays games and flames people and stuff like that. That's his shtick, right? That's how he got famous. And let me just YouTube this guy, Disrespect. He's banned off of Twitch now. I think he's on Kick, but this is him. This is the guy, right? And he has a real name. Hey, Merry Christmas, Mr. Texas. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you had a good holidays. Did you actually take my advice and take some time to go out and do some stuff? I hope you did. Thanks for joining anyways. Yeah, so Mortgage Mate, what I was saying is, you know, like this guy, like, you know, people, his real name is Herschel, by the way, but everyone knows him as Dr. Disrespect. So, yeah, he started off that way. He's always dressed up in costume like this, and he's become pretty famous as a result. So I guess there's a couple things that you should think about. I like the sound of the Mortgage Mate. I think it's a cool handle. I think it's catchy. So I don't, you know, I never thought about changing TRG or the Relationship Guru to something else. Well, I have thought about it, but I think I would stick with it because TRG just rolls off the tongue. Awesome to hear, Mr. Texas. What exactly did you end up doing? Did you go out and have some dinner, have some turkey? Where did you go? Thanks for remembering my stream, by the way. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, I miss Texas barbecue. Yeah, it's yeah. When they say Texas has the best barbecue in the world, American barbecue, anyways, it's very much the truth. Yeah, I have to say, there's nothing quite like Texas barbecue. There's good barbecue all throughout the states. Like New Orleans has good barbecue. North Carolina has some good barbecue. It's different. It's not the same as Texas barbecue, but Texas barbecue is just like the creme de la creme of barbecue. Yeah, I'll be honest. That's very much the from my experience. I had a turkey, so I had a big feast. It was great. I just went over to my mom's place, helped her out a little bit with the cooking. It was a bit of work, but I usually cook. This year I didn't do as much. Like I made the mashed potatoes and stuff like that, some easy things. But we had a big feast. We had a turkey. We had sweet potatoes. We had mashed potatoes. We had some kind of salad to get some greens in. Um, okay, sounds good, Mortgage Mate. We had, what else did we have? We had stuffing, obviously gravy, cranberry sauce. I mean, those aren't real dishes, those are just condiments. What else did we have? Oh, smoked salmon. Yeah, so we had a whole spread of stuff, and we had like tons of hors d'oeuvres, like and like finger food and snacks like before we started to eat. So people came over at like 5. I think we started eating dinner at about 7:30. So we were just sitting around the table chatting. We had some glasses of wine. It was good. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, it was super enjoyable for sure. I'm very grateful that I got to spend some time with my family. So yeah, and then for dessert we had a cake, and then we had like this Chinese dessert. It was like a taro pie, which is actually really good tapioca taro pie that my sister brought from a bakery. So that was really nice. We were so full. I literally before I came on stream, I still had some like leftover turkey, so I just like ate that. But it's on its last legs, you know. You can't wait that many days. Yeah, or else it'll just go bad. So yeah, I'll probably have to finish it off for lunch tomorrow, and then that'll be all my turkey. I don't have to have turkey sandwiches or whatever, you know, later on. Yeah. That's great to hear, Texas. I'm super excited to hear that. I really think that you should. Hopefully, this is still going live, but yeah, I really think that you should, man. Like, there's just a lot to do and to see, and a lot to explore. And like you can. There's a whole bunch of like, you know, I would recommend that you explore before you think about immigrating anywhere. But you can immigrate to places. Like, people want like high skilled workers and American money, really, and investment capital into places like, for example, I think Indonesia and the Philippines. No, Thailand. Thailand digital nomad visa. I know you're not a digital nomad, like you drive semis, I think, for a living, but just to give you an example, Thailand is popular for digital nomad hub offering. Yeah. But like, just to show you guys this, right? Like, let me just blow it up the screen a little bit so that you guys can see it. A 5-year multi-entry visa for remote workers with requirements like 500K Thai baht in funds, allowing 180-day stays per entry plus options for longer residency (LTR) or elite visas, all while providing affordable living, great connectivity, vibrant culture, Chiang Mai, Bangkok Islands. But be mindful of the pollution and traffic in big cities. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of standard. Yeah, I mean, I think you should do some research on that, Texas, just because right now it's like really, really competitive environment. I'm not saying that it's not possible to become a digital nomad, but I think you have to find a niche that will get you paid for something and then start to build up your profile. Yeah. Keys visa options. Yeah. So Texas, I think like an important thing to know, and you've probably seen this already in I don't know what part of Texas you're in, but in Austin, I think there is already self-driving cars from Tesla, like robo taxis, and then eventually, Amazon's already testing AI-driven trucks. So you got to be mindful of those things because eventually there might be less truck drivers, and you'll have to pivot to have different opportunities. I don't want to be fear mongering of your trade, but yeah. But you guys take a look at this. I mean, like, this is for digital nomads. 180 days per entry, so that's half a year, 6 months. Extendable once. So essentially, I think how these visas usually work is you can stay in the country for 6 months, and you just have to leave for like 24 hours. Every country has different rules. You can take like a side trip to like Japan or something like that for a couple days and then come back. For foreign-based remote work, requires proof of 500K Thai baht, which is 13.6K USD. Like, that's not a ton of money, right? And then for high-income earners that are greater than 80,000 a year, offering 10-year stay and tax benefits on foreign income, long-term visa. Let's see. Visa's 10 years, 5+5 programs designed to attract high potential foreigners like wealthy individuals, pensioners, remote workers, and skilled professionals with significant tax and non-tax benefits, including faster airport service and relaxed reporting rules by offering a streamlined path to residency in exchange for meeting specific income assets and investment criteria. So one thing that I should warn you guys about that I think is important for you guys to know is anytime that you go to a different country, if you really like it there and you really like decide to settle there, a nomad visa doesn't make you a resident, right? So they can kick you out whenever they want. And I guess that's for me to tell you to be cautious of how you might go about getting residency, or if you're going to build your entire life around that particular place, then you should, be mindful of what your rights are, right? Because you could like spend the next 10 years in Thailand and maybe they change the rules and on you in 10 years and then you're like, well, shit, I built my entire life around here, right? Like, what do I do? So I don't think that they will. I think what will get hit the first is taxis because they're financially incentivized to do this, right? Because there is taxi service is something that's needed all the time, and it's part of the reason why Lyft and Uber operate at a significant loss, like $1 billion loss every single year, because they have to shelve out not that they pay their drivers well, but they have to shelve out so much money for insurance, for paying their workers, all that kind of stuff. If they can basically eliminate the biggest cost to them, then it's pure, well, more or less, it's pure profit, right? They will have to purchase fleets of cars, so that's a different thing. Or there will be a program, I'm assuming, for people to basically use your car as a taxi, right? So if I'm not using my car because I'm working at home, I can lease it out to Uber for X amount of dollars. They just make money off of my vehicle by making it a robo taxi, right? If it has the technology to be able to do that, right? So mostly likely it'll be Teslas. So I think that it will be more like transportation stuff rather than like mass trucking and logistics. The reason why I say this, Texas, I don't know obviously the details about your job, but I'm assuming that because when you're doing truck driving, you probably have to sign some purchase orders or agreements, like when you're actually delivering goods, saying like, hey, I delivered this, I actually watched you take this freight from me, or I don't know if you have to help them unload stuff, or drive a forklift or some shit like that. Like there's some human element I think that still probably needs to go into your work, which cannot be replaced by a AI or robot so easily. I think truck drivers are very safe. Driving a truck is a skill, and companies would rely on drivers for a long time, in my opinion. My grandfather was a truck driver a bit, and he said it's very, very difficult. Yeah, it's long. It's super long hours. I mean, Texas can speak to this more than I can, but when I was in real estate in Toronto, I remember there was truck drivers that would come by this this burger joint essentially that was open 24 hours, and they had a huge parking lot, and they would literally pay the burger owner just to like park their truck there for like an hour to sleep, and they would pay him like, I don't know, like $90 an hour, $100 an hour, just to like, hey, I need to snooze for a little bit, right? So he would have like 6 7 trucks in there. They would obviously pick up a burger to eat and whatever, but then they would just like lights out for like an hour. I remember he was kind of an asshole about it. Like if they passed the hour by a minute, he'd be like knocking on the door, being like, "Are you staying another hour? If not, like get the fuck off my property," kind of thing. But yeah, he made a good living, not only having a burger joint, but also just having truck drivers just park their trucks there to like just chill there and sleep for like an hour. Um, so yeah, to answer your question, Texas, and I apologize for keep calling you Texas. I don't know your real name. You don't have to tell me, but Texas, I don't think that truck drivers will be eliminated that easily. I think that it's really going to be more of the like residential use than anything else. So I think there will be a lot of people that will robo taxis, buses, for example. Like I think that there will be like self-driving buses because you can collect a bunch of people. The bus route is already mapped out. Like it's very standard, right? Like maybe you go through traffic, but you stop on the same routes every single time and the same stops more or less. Um, and I don't think that that'll be like difficult to be able to do. Now, yeah, but truck driving, I think that there's more of a human element than people think there is with the job. like talking to shipping, receiving, and procurement managers and whatever when you deliver stuff and whatever. Like there's some communication there, at least as far as I've seen in my limited experience of the industry. So yeah, that's something that I would say. Like jobs that require processing a lot of data will probably be eliminated very quickly. So for example, if you're a paralegal, that job has already been taken over by a lot of people, right? So this particular guy, like we've been watching some of his content, not this guy, but James Sexton. This guy is the number one, apparently, allegedly, the number one divorce lawyer in New York. He built a company, and he has a bunch of paralegals that basically, or he had a bunch of paralegals, and he basically trained like a GPT model or whatever, an AI model, to replace like 4 or 6 paralegals, right? Like they do all the paralegal work for them now. Yeah. So, you know, I can imagine like a lot of law firms are probably doing that for a fraction of the cost too, right? Like you're saving on not. I think one thing that people don't understand when they hire someone like a worker, like let's say it's a paralegal, you can't just factor in the salary as the operational cost. You know, there's a lot more to it than just the salary, right? Like it's usually about 20, I think it's anywhere between 30 to 50% increase in terms of for operational costs, like true operational costs. Why? Because you're talking about vacation, you're talking about training, for instance, training time, you're talking about equipment, you're talking about benefits like health, dental, whatever, you know, like childcare. You're talking about sick days. You're talking about potentially medical insurance, depending on like the type, or sorry, WCB, like workers' compensation stuff, in case like someone gets injured, like if you employed a cable guy and he fell off the pole or whatever, right? Like there has to be insurance to cover him. So there's a lot of costs associated with that. Not only that, but you have a bigger office, you have to offer them a desk, right? You have to offer them equipment. So there's a lot of factors that go into place of hiring someone. If you can replace that with like a $200 basically AI robot that will do everything for you and has a knowledge base of pretty much every legal case out there, like which would you choose, right? Like I'm not saying morally or ethically it's correct, but that's, I think, a thinking process of a lot of people out there. So it's like a really, really important thing that you guys kind of understand, like what are, I think no one can predict what's going to happen with AI, right? I certainly cannot. And any expert that tells you that they can is probably full of shit because it's all projections. But I think what you can do is put yourself in the mind of a business owner and really ask yourself, like, what is the goal of a business? To make money, right? And how do they make money? They obviously increase sales or they slash costs, or they do both. So where does my skill set fit within that, circle of things, shall we say? And I think that's important for you guys to know, right? So that's always like a crucial thing. But yeah, we already see it right now in the industry. Customer service is being replaced, like phone customer service, like phone tellers are being replaced by AI. Paralegals are replaced by AI. Bookkeepers are being replaced by AI. So I have no doubt, like people that work at places like H&R Block, for example, will be replaced like within the next 2 to 5 years, right? Like pretty quickly, to be honest with you. Yeah. Yeah, they'll be, I hate to say it because it's not, we're talking about Skynet here, and it's never fun to predict people's like unemployment, but I think that's just the brutal reality of it. Yeah, bookkeepers will probably be replaced in a couple years. Yeah. Yeah. So, what were we talking about? I wanted to, there's a couple things that I had planned for today, but I wanted to tell you guys a story of one of my friends, and first, maybe we should talk about this. I don't know if I can I use like MS Paint or something like that? MS Paint. Let me draw a little graph for you guys, okay? So let me see if I can actually just use OBS to increase I'll make a new window and I'll call this a source, color source. I don't know if this works. No, that doesn't work. Let's delete that. Sorry, I'm just trying to, we'll call it window and we'll call MS Paint window capture, and we'll call it paint, MS Paint. We'll call it paint. And we'll make this bigger. Does this capture any windows? Let's see. Can I draw in here? No, you guys can't even see this. This is all black. I don't know how to get this going. Sorry. Okay. What I wanted to show you guys today is how anxiety and depression kind of work, at least in my mind, what was taught to me by my therapist. So let's see. Depression comes from the past. Maybe I should open a doc. See if I can open a doc for you guys to show you. Okay, so I was giving my some advice to my friend earlier, which I think is probably important for you guys to know. So, so this is the past, this is present, and this is future. Okay, are you guys still with me? You're following me, hopefully. Okay, hopefully. Let's see if anyone's still on. Yep, I think one person's still on. So thank you for joining. Okay, so the reason why this is important is there's a couple things. Sorry, I was just looking up a message. So we're currently where we are. We are currently in the present, right? This is me, okay? Or I, or you. Let's say this is you. You're in the present right now, okay? Now, our mind wanders into the past, into the present, and into the future, right? So wanders into the past, present, or future. Okay. Now, my therapist taught me that we should live more in the present. And the reason why my therapist taught me that is because we have a tendency to focus either too much in the past, okay, and we think about things that we could have done or should have done, right? Why didn't I, I don't know, ask that girl out? Why didn't I take that job? Why didn't I do this? Why didn't I go on that trip? Why? What did I accomplish? When you focus too much on the past, you start to live in regret. This forms depression because you start second guessing all of the choices that you've ever made. Okay, so if you live in this space of the past, okay, so if I literally did like this, I cut this and I added it to this line. If you live in this area called the past, you're probably going to resort to depression. Why? Because you're constantly second guessing every single thing that you may have done wrong in the past and never corrected any of that kind of behavior. And you can't. I mean, it's in the past, right? We can't rewind time, go back in time to fix some of our mistakes or whatever. Okay? So that's depression for you. Okay? And that could be you if you're living in that space. Okay? So currently we're in the present. Now, let's fast forward to the future. So what's the future, okay? The future is when we start to plan. We start to lay down the groundwork for things that we want to happen to us, right? So, hey, we want to go to Harvard. We are going to start studying super hard since we're in grade 5, do all the extracurriculars, join the basketball team, the choir, band, debate team, whatever, so that we can get into Harvard. That's our goal, for example, right? Whatever. Okay, cool. That's our goal. So the problem with this is the future, if you live in this space, so let's say this is you, if you live in this space, you'll create anxiety for yourself. And the reason being is because you're always thinking about the next step and what is your North Star goal or your big goal, okay? And no one can predict the future. You could study your ass off to try to get into Harvard, and maybe there was just someone better at the end of the day and you got rejected. Is that the end of your life? For some people, I guess. But for most people, no. Right? But if you keep planning your current life on goals of the future, like long term goals and big goals, then you're never going, like, you're always going to be living in anxiety because you're always going to be anxious about, did I make the right move? Was this the right move? Yes, I think this is the right path. This is the right strategy. I think I spent my money wisely. So that's where anxiety happens, okay, when you're looking in the future. Now, where should you be? Or hopefully, this is what I've learned anyways. You should be in the present. You should live in the present. Okay? There's very few people that do this on a day-to-day basis. They don't actually sit and think about, am I enjoying this dinner? Am I having a good time? Was this a good day today? Did I have a good experience with my son or my mom or whatever? They very, very often forget to live in the present, just enjoying the environment and the nature around them. So for example, Texas, you went to have a barbecue the other day, right? And maybe this is just normal for you because you live in Texas, but for me, I probably would have been like, this is the best barbecue I've ever had. I'm going to enjoy every single bite that I've ever, savor every single bite. I'm going to order the mac and cheese. I'm going to order the greens. I'm going to order whatever, the Mexican rice. And I'm going to like slowly enjoy this. I don't care if they kick me out. I'm also going to enjoy the entire environment in this barbecue place because I'm just not going to get that opportunity again. So that's not for me to tell you guys to like, blow up everything like it's a dying star every single moment that you have in life. But when's the last time that you actually just enjoyed the present and lived in the present? So the perfect example that I can give you guys is I used to have a therapist on a program called BetterHelp. I'm sure that you guys have heard of BetterHelp before. They're a huge app that gives you low-cost counseling. And my counselor back then, Jane, very nice lady, this was in 2021 during COVID, okay? She asked me to kind of take my video tour around my environment, right? In my old apartment. And she noticed that there was a tree outside my balcony. There was a big tree. It was facing a park. It was a very old apartment. And she said to me, Jeff, have you ever noticed this tree? And I said, yeah, I've noticed this tree. And she's like, no, truly, have you ever noticed this tree? And I said, what do you mean by that? And she said, well, Jeff, have you ever noticed that the wind is blowing a certain way at this time of the day, or the leaves are falling down, or the leaves are discoloring because it's winter, the birds on it, the squirrels on it. Her point being was that I've seen that tree 365 days a year for the last 2 years that I've lived in that place. It's literally outside of my window, and I do remote work, so I'm on my computer all day. That's like just literally facing the balcony outside where the tree is. And I probably walked past it a bunch of times when I went to the track. But when's the last time that I've actually sat on my couch or looked at the tree outside and really just like looked at everything and just been in the present? Very rarely. No, actually never up to until that point. And she said, I want you to do an exercise for me, I want you to sit on your couch for 5 minutes every day, time it if you want to, and just look at the tree. Look at how the branches are grown. Look at how they blow. Look at the birds. Look at the squirrels. Look at the fruit that's, I don't know, growing from it, whatever, right? All the little details. And what she was teaching me was to just live in the present, right? Like to be in the present. You know, like tomorrow's problems are going to be tomorrow's problems. They're still going to be there. You're going to have a million problems. You're never going to solve all your problems. Your past is your past. You can't change it. But what you can do is be more in the present to be happy, you know, happier anyways, and more content. So I had a long discussion about this with my sister yesterday over dinner. It was her birthday. Happy birthday, by the way. And, you know, that is something that I try to live by as much as humanly possible. When I was telling my friend earlier, you know, when I travel to Asia, even though I'm an introvert, I try to push myself to go out to different places to see different things. And I think it's really important that I do that because I'm never going to be able to experience the city if I just stay in my hotel all day. And trust me, when you're in a place like China where it's ultra convenient and delivery is super cheap, it's not like Uber Eats where it costs an arm and a leg here. You can get anything that you want to eat for like under $7. Like literally, like you want fried chicken in the middle of the night. You want a burger. You want some chow mein. You want some, I don't know, dim sum, whatever, sushi. You can get it within probably within an hour, but sometimes even within half an hour if the store is close to you, and it's not expensive. So I could have stayed in my hotel the entire time that I was in China, but I didn't do that, and I had some of the coolest memories as a result of that, right? Like I actually went out to like go see things and do things and go to places. So yeah, it's I think that's important that you guys know. I want to point that out to you. I think it's important that I tell you guys that as well. Like it's just life is short. Make sure that you try to live it up as much as possible. Sorry, give me a second here. Oh, my volume's low. I'm sorry. Let me see if I can correct it. I'll just turn on OBS. My mic volume is the highest. Can you guys still hear me? Hopefully you guys can hear me. Settings. Let's see. OBS. Mic volume. I hope you guys can hear me. Sound, level inputs, volume, speakers, mic audio. I'll turn up the volume to the max on my settings within Windows. Maybe that will help. Hopefully. I hope so. Okay. I don't know if it will. Okay, great. Yeah, so I mean, just be mindful of that every day, Texas and anyone else that's listening. Please, like, try to live your life being in the present. It's, this quote, you know, depression is when you keep thinking about the past. Anxiety is when your mind is focused on the future, right? Stress is when you constantly think about the present. Yeah, I mean, sort of. Like, I my point is not for you to be in the present to stress yourself out, but more so to enjoy being in the present. Like that's the whole idea, right? Like cherish things that happen to you every single day. You know, someone told me in China, she said she calculated it out. We have roughly about 30,000 days on this planet. 30,000, right? The average lifespan. Okay, some people will have less, to be honest. So every day that goes by should be a precious day, right? Like what are we doing with that time? Are we doing something that's positive and good and makes us happy, or are we just, doing nothing with our time, right? So I think this is a very important aspect of our lives. Like, we really need to focus on the now and the present and how we feel about certain things. Last year I was in Japan. I wasn't able to spend this. This was actually the only Christmas I think that I've ever missed with my family, and my sister's birthday just happened to be today, right? So we celebrated yesterday actually. So I missed both events. And so yesterday, when I was sitting at the dinner table at a Chinese restaurant with my mom and my sister, I really enjoyed my time because, like, my mom's getting older, knock on wood, but, as elderly people, things happen. And, luckily for me, she's still in very good health. But these are the days where I will probably look back on in 20 years and be like, hey, I had a great dinner. I had a great time, There's still problems in my life, just like everyone else, and it's never perfect. But I'm grateful for the time that I have. Yeah. So, if you're gonna take anything away from some of these talks, I think like balancing yourself out. I think really focusing on living in the present, not present problems, but like enjoying your experiences that you have out there, and then. It's good to reflect on some things in the past, but and it's good to plan for the future, but to be stuck in those places like the future and the past is really, really damaging and negative. I have a couple people in my life that constantly harp about the past, stuff like, well, I turned out like X because Y thing happened to me in the past. Okay, sure, I'm sure some of that is true, like in your mind, and you think that way, but that's just not going to help you at all moving forward. Like, that's not going to make your situation better at all, at all, really. In fact, it's just going to make it worse. You exacerbating and focusing on your past, right? So I think that's a very, very crucial thing that I wanted to point out to you guys. Yeah. The other thing that I wanted to mention, a little bit of a story time. So I have a friend in China, and she's going through a really rough patch right now. I won't name her name. I've never met her in person. We're just online friends, but we've been talking for about a year. This was actually before I even went to China. And she's about my age, and she's really, really worried about her future because she's kind of stuck in a dead-end job. She lives with her parents. She is not married. She doesn't have kids. I think she broke up with her boyfriend, or her boyfriend broke up with her a couple of years ago. And she's really, really stuck. She feels stuck, and I know what it feels like to be stuck in life. But the problem that I see is anytime that I bring up suggestions for her to change her behavior in some manner, and I'm just going to correct my camera because I think it's fucking up, like it's in the wrong angle. So anytime that I bring up advice for her on how to change her life, she just spirals into a depth of negativity and pessimism, right? So she wants to change her career, but she doesn't know how. She's unhappy with her job because she feels like it's a dead-end job, and she gets bullied at her workplace. I don't know all the details, but she keeps saying I'm not skilled and I'm not talented, but I want to change my job. Okay, so if we just take the emotions out of that and boil it down to the very basic, what do you need to do to develop skills? Well, you need to find something that you probably like doing, or at least can tolerate to do, and you need to hone your craft. You need to work on it, right? So I don't know, if you want to become a painter, well, you probably got to start painting some stuff. Even if it sucks in the beginning, you probably got to start painting some stuff. Same as, hey, If you want to start to do streaming and long form content on YouTube, maybe I got to do a little bit of that and eat some crow, right? But everyone's got to start somewhere. You got to start somewhere, right? So that's the thing. But I think that she has so little belief in herself that she just can't even see the forest from the trees. Like, she can't even see 5 feet in front of her to try to get to a new place. And I remember a quote that Pat Riley said to well, just in general about being executive. So if you guys aren't familiar with Pat Riley is the very famous basketball exec. He used to be a player, a coach, and now he's basically the general manager of the Miami Heat. Okay, and he's been the general manager for Miami Heat for, I don't know, better part of 30 years probably. Anyways, he was describing players. He was using an analogy for players, right? Players that become malcontents or players that are unhappy with their situation or whatever, right? And he was equating them to being a passenger on a cruise ship. So he was saying, let's say you're a passenger on a cruise ship. You get flung overboard. Okay? You're paddling water, you're flung overboard. The cruise ship, I don't know, doesn't know you're overboard, or maybe people are shouting at the captain that you're overboard. So the cruise ship is massive. It can't just turn around in 1 second to come get you. They probably need to dock and then send people down and throw a life vest to you and send a raft out to you, or I don't know, a helicopter or some shit like that. Okay. So in the meantime, what are you going to do as a passenger that's overboard? Are you just going to yell profanities at the cruise ship that, you flipped over, or that flipped you over, and that you're overboard? Or are you going to be an active participant in your own rescue? Okay, so that was the quote, right? And what he means by that is, like, are you going to be an agent in your own rescue? Like, are you actually going to try to tread water? Are you going to understand, man, you know what? It sucks that I'm overboard. This is like a terrifying, circumstance. I might die from this. I'm in really cold water in the middle of the ocean and I have no idea where I am. But the things that I can do is I can hold my breath. I can try to conserve my energy so I can tread water for as long as I can so I don't drown. I can take off my jacket so there's less weight on me to try to tread water. Right? Like, they're already sending lifeboats. They already stopped the cruise ship. I just need to survive long enough to be able to get someone to rescue me. Okay, so that's what I mean by being an agent of your own rescue. It's I think it's super important that you guys understand that. Like, you can, it's very, sorry, my camera's really fucked today. I have to turn it this direction. Or maybe I'm just sitting in a weird spot. I think I'm sitting in a weird spot. If you don't become an agent in your own rescue, you're never going to be rescued. It's just that simple, right? So, going back to my friend, she can name to me all the bad stuff that's happened to her in her life that's caused her to become this person at age 41. And that could all be very true. 2 things can be true at once. You know what else can be true? That you're your own worst enemy and you're not doing anything to better your situation. Like, nothing at all. You're not being proactive to change your situation. And she knows that, right? So I think where some of this stuff stems from is fear. So people are scared, legitimately scared, like I'm scared of failure or the potential of failure, that I'm just not even going to try. Not going to try, not going to bother, I'm just going to sit right here. And I can't think of a worse way, at least in my opinion, to go about life, like not trying at all. You're going to you'll end up regretting everything, I think, anyways, at the end of the day. So, I think an important lesson for all of you guys, it's like, yes, you could have been done dirty by a million different things in your life. You could have had shitty parents. I certainly had some. Difficult upbringing. I don't know, whatever. Some kind of diagnosis. Life could have dealt you a bad hand. And I sympathize and empathize with you regarding that. But you still need to do something for yourself if you want to achieve something. You still have to be an active participant in your own rescue, whatever that means to you. So please keep that in mind. I think that's a super important thing. Okay, let's see here. What are we going to do today? So I might do some holiday summons because unless you guys have other topics that you want to talk about. So I'll probably just put this right here. And I've been saving these summons for a while, even though you guys have no idea what I'm doing. But this is a mobile game that I play, and I'm going to summon a bunch of stuff and see if we can get something that's good. Okay, so you guys can all see. Oh, nope, sorry. Hopefully you guys can all see that. End this battle really quick here. Sorry, I just got to sort out through some stuff here. This will take me like 1 minute. Texas, I did before. I don't as much anymore. And it's not to, if you're a fan, I apologize. I'm not trying to shit on your films. But after they went woke, I just stopped watching it because it was just too aggravating. Yeah, so the stuff that's come out the last 10 years, like Black Panther 2, Miss Marvel, Iron Heart or something like that, the Hulk, She-Hulk 2, like... I think the only movie that I liked out of the last 10 years, so this was after like Endgame, was Ant-Man and the Wasp, with where Jonathan Major was the villain. I thought he was an awesome villain. Yeah, I thought he was like I was really excited for him to be the next Thanos, shall we say, within the MCU. But obviously he got into some legal troubles, which is another, I find, kind of bogus thing, but yeah. That's another story for another time. What about you, Texas? Do you like Marvel films? Sorry, I'm doing this in silence. I should probably narrate what I'm doing. So I'm selling, I add this on auto battle, and I'm sorting through the runes to sort out between the good runes and bad runes. It's completely random what rune I get and how it rolls into, and you obviously want the most efficient rune possible, and these are completely inefficient, so I'm gonna sell these for cash basically, or gold, that this game's currency has, and start filing down. So I'm filing down between, like, however many runes. Okay, this is crap. This also is crap. It's crap because it rolled into resistance, which is a stat that is not highly prioritized. No, not good enough. Yeah, at this point in the game, like I have to be pretty nitpicky about what I. Oh, 22 speed. That's great. So that's 2 off of max. The max it could have rolled was 24 speed, so this is actually pretty efficient. Yeah. This is not good. This is not good. Did you work today, Texas? This is okay, actually. 18 crit rate. So this is actually 1 off max. So this could have been 12 speed, and this would have been max roll, which is good. This is not, I mean, well, okay, we'll roll this to 12 and see. There's only 3 runes left. And defense on 2 plus accuracy plus speed attack, but it rolled 1 into HP. No, I don't think that's great. I'm gonna sell this. Not good enough. Welcome to stream. Oh wow, it rolled into attack. That's the dream. Like this is a really good attacker rune. It's high crit, has speed, can grind this, has attack. What I mean by grinding is like, so you see these stats, this is 18, 5, 11, 6. So certain stats within the rune you can grind. You can add this thing called a grind and it'll increase stats, right? So it has a chance to bump this up 2 to 3. Just like attack, it has a chance to bump it from 4 to 7. It's totally RNG. So that's how they keep you from like constantly keep you playing. But like you have to have these innate stats. So this one's pretty good. You can see it's you have different levels of grinds too. You have rare, heroic, legendary. Legendary is obviously the rarest, but it's also potentially the best. This is like 5 or 10%, right? So this would be 16% total. Yeah, so this is a good haul. Yeah, this is some good stuff. Sorry, Texas, what did you say? Let's see. Let me just set this quickly first. Oh shit. Let's do this. Do this. I agree with with about the past 10 years. Excuse me. But excited for Doomsday. No, I didn't work today. Yeah, I mean, I think they probably had to bring back Robert Downey Jr. and Chris Evans and Captain America, just because like they. I mean, when it's no secret that when they actually were in the MCU, like people watched, right? That's how they amassed, $2 billion films, $1 billion films. But now you can see like movies like Fantastic Four probably made, like, what was their domestic? Fantastic Four. And which people told me this was actually a pretty good movie. Fantastic Four box office. People told me this was a pretty good movie. I actually have it on Disney Plus right now. Like I could watch it, but yeah, First Steps. Over 521. This was supposed to be like a huge movie, but the domestic was only 274 million. I don't think it even broke like the top 10 Marvel movies, right? Like even Captain Marvel made like $1 billion. Yeah, domestic opening was 117 million, and then it dropped like huge. Yeah, you can see this is international, right? So this is U.S. market, made 274. I think probably what's concerning about this is usually Marvel movies do really well overseas, at least in the past, especially in places like China. But you can see like even like before when the Marvel movies would open, this would probably make like, I don't know, like 500 million domestically, and then another like 500, 600, 700 million like internationally. But now it's barely, this is already considered good. Like what's another movie? Thunderbolts. Which I saw a little bit of Thunderbolts. I actually liked it. I actually thought it was a step in the right direction, but they've lost so much street cred, like it's really hard for them to gain it back. See, look at this. It's only 320. People think that this is a lot of money, and yes, it is a lot of money. I don't think people quite I know I'm going to the business stuff of shit, but like, what's the budget for Thunderbolts? Because they actually had some big names in that movie. Oh, I'm not a robot. Okay. Okay, so this is a pretty good example. So anytime that you see a production budget of 180 million, you have to estimate that at least an additional 50% of that, in this case is probably like more like 60%, 65%, has to just go into marketing. So running TV ads, newspapers, things on the subway, or billboard signs, or whatever the fuck you have out there. Pardon my language. So for Thunderbolts, this meant that needing around 360 to 450 million globally to be considered profitable, as roughly half ticket sales go to theaters. Yeah, so that's the other thing that people don't realize. There's a lot of costs involved in making movies. It's not just Disney pumps out a movie and then like they made $2 billion. They have to pay all these actors and actresses. They have to pay them the theaters, right, where they're the theaters like AMC or whatever are actually giving you the rights to show the movie on their movie theaters. They negotiate that. So whatever ticket sales would be, half I think is probably extreme. Maybe this is correct. I don't know. I've heard it's 1/3. But yeah, so this movie would have need to make 360, 450. What did it make? 382. So actually they probably lost money on this, because half of this revenue would have to go into ticket sales, or sorry, the movie theaters, yeah, to pay them back, yeah, for the rights to host the movie. Or I should say, yeah, so 382, it cost 180 to make, so 280. So basically they had to give maybe half of this back to the movie theaters, or let's conservatively call it 1/3. Okay, I know we're going into movie geek math here, but 382 million. So we'll say 382 million, 436, 917 times 0.50. Oh, I did the math wrong there, sorry. 382,436,917 times 0.50. 191 million. So they covered their budget. They didn't cover the marketing. Yeah. So they probably lost, about 100 million here. Yeah, it's a lot of money. Yeah. But I actually, Texas, if you're still there, like I saw quite a bit of this on the plane. I don't think I saw it from start to finish, but I saw quite a bit of this. And then I was looking forward to the Fantastic Four movie, which I actually heard was pretty good. So I think they're going in the right direction again, which seems nice. Yeah, there's even a Reddit here. Can someone explain to me how Thunderbolts making 430 million isn't a success? Yeah, this is we can read all this. From what I've seen, the budget of a movie was around 180 million, and so as I'm typing this, it made about $430 million globally, and I've seen so many articles, so 380 was the actual, based on the math there. I'm honestly really confused about this because it looks like it made a lot of profit and the movie was well received. From what I've seen, a lot of fans really loved the movie. The only criticism I've ever had with it was that revealing the new Avengers thing 2 days after release. But other than that, the movie was a 10 out of 10, and a lot of people seem to agree, especially how they handled Sentry. Yeah, I mean, I thought from what I saw, it was a pretty decent movie. So maybe I'm just not too familiar with how the budget works and how this is not successful. Edit. I read most of the replies and thank you guys for the replies. I also want to make a correction. I meant to put 330 million. That was a typo, so it ended up 386 and change. My apologies. I don't know why I did that, but yeah. But from what I've seen so far, it made 335. Now I've seen people say it has a lot to do with marketing because it's definitely one of the most pushed movies Marvel has done in a long time. So yeah, I can see the cost of that. I also saw people talking about the collectible things like that. There wasn't a lot of it, which gets put to the movie gross income, which I never knew about. Oh, I see. But I'm glad that most of us agreed that the movie was probably one of the best they have released since Endgame. I personally have it up there with Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Now, there was a small percentage of people that said the movie just didn't hit, and okay, that's subjective. Also, a lot of people trying to compare a big movie title like Infinity War. Yeah, I don't think that's fair. Thunderbolt isn't really a popular as group, or obviously this isn't the original. Final edits, can you let me know through it? Okay, let's read some of the comments below to find out. Okay. There's also a sad reality that it didn't move any merch. You get an example of Pixar's Cars, which did just all right at the box office, but they sold so many goddamn toys. They did. That's true. I know a lot of kids that were playing with Pixar's Cars. Toys off the back of it. They had no choice but to greenlight a sequel immediately. I know sometimes have moved a little and fewer kids are playing with the action figures, but other MCU movies have done well selling Iron Man masks, Captain Shields, and Mjolnir toys that didn't have seem to have anything. No Lego set, no toys, no kids, no toys for kids, no clothing for adults. I'm honestly shocked that this wasn't Thunderbolt Happy Meal set at McDonald's. Would have been awesome to have Red Guardian McDonald's toys. Okay, some other garbage. Let's see if there's any like actual people that chime in about the math. Movie studios don't get the entire money gross of the film. It varies by country and by how long the film has been out. But in general, the crude rule number is divided by 2. So the movie needs to make at least double its budget to break even. But even given that, for a good number of years, Marvel films were hitting 800 million plus regularly. They're extremely profitable. Those days are definitely done. Also, the marketing cost is around the same as the production costs on top. See people say this, but I'm just like, what the fuck they're spending their marketing money on? Because I've only seen stuff about Thunderbolts in 2 places, this subreddit and trailer on YouTube. This is linked to from the subreddit. The Super Bowl ad alone was a few million. I have cable and saw a lot of advertisements. Think of billboards, commercials, probably paying for all the travel for their actors to go on these TV shows. Yeah, that's true. Press releases, right? Yeah, I know. Pretty sure Thunderbolt had one of the biggest ad campaigns of a Marvel movie in recent years. For sure, I'm sure Fantastic Four did. Imagine being able to spend 9 figures on a project at work is not super important and that you get it right. Okay. Probably a lot of people like myself who took a major break from anything Marvel right after Endgame, starting to re-enter. I honestly think all of those TV series they marketed like crazy could have had an impact too. Not everyone into watching the whole series like that, and it just gets boring hearing about it all the time. This isn't a full fair argument when the same company produces comics, toys, animated shows, and merch, etc. Disney 100% makes money off of this movie. I don't know if that's true. This is not true. Many Marvel films never hit 800 million during the Infinity Saga, and they have plenty that have done 800 million during the saga. Yeah, you're right. They did hit a point. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I haven't seen any exact. First, you index an extra 100 million. It's done 330 million to date. So 380 is where it stopped. The rule of thumb is 2.5 times production budget before it even it breaks even. But that often skews higher for tentpole releases like this. This accounts for things like marketing spend, which is typically equal to the production budget, box office splits with cinemas, and miscellaneous back-end financing. It will break even once secondary release PVOD physicals are factored in. Okay. So like Blu-rays and stuff like that, I'm assuming, and like toys, but it's going to struggle to be profitable through the box office alone. That said, I think Disney will feel comfortable chalking this up to a loss leader because of the reputational impact it's having on the MC. Yeah, so I think that the audience, like if you're still there, Texas, I think the audience actually really accepted the Thunderbolts as a movie. The stuff that I saw, I liked. I liked the cast. But in terms of like making money, you know, I don't think that they made a lot of money at all. And probably higher because of all the playing around with changing everything from Thunderbolts to New Adventures. Some napkin math says that it needs to be 450 to 540 million to break even. Yeah, you're probably right. Oh, server maintenance. Shit. It's my bad. Oh. Won't be back for a while. Okay, my bad. Okay, let me adjust the OBS. There's no point in showing this. Scale this down. Put this here. Sure. That looks like a good spot. Do you have a favorite Marvel movie, Texas? I don't know if you have a favorite one. If you do, let me know. If you do, let me know. Let's see when this game comes back on. Do you play any games, Texas? Or whoever's there? I don't know. Texas is still there. I might grind out some Dota if no one's going to ask me any questions, which is fine. Have you asked yourself why, though, Texas? I mean, I support your decision. I think that things that are happening in Canada, the U.S., and the U.K. are kind of fucked up, to be honest with you. But, and I always encourage people to explore. But what are the reasons that you want to move? You know, I think it's important that you ask yourself that. I think it's really important that you ask yourself that, actually. Texas, hang on for a second. I'm going to get some milk and a piece of cake. Actually, scratch that. I'm going to make myself a little bit of a salad. Give me a second. I'm back. Because the people here, man, who have tarnished my name and mistakes I've made, I can't be here. I can't be here everywhere I go. Someone knows my info. Okay. I see. I can't really speak to that because I just obviously don't know about your situation, and you don't have to tell me. But I think that it's crucial that you go to somewhere where you feel at peace. I think that's a really important thing because you can't really put a price tag on that. Like you can't. It's just impossible. I'm just eating my salad while I'm chatting with you. So bear with me. I think you need some kind of peace of mind. Really important that you get that in whatever form you can find it. I'm not sure if that's here or if that's somewhere else, Texas, but you need to find it. How much vacation time do you have left from your job? Do you have money saved up, Texas? So, if you have some money saved up, let's see. Do you need a visa for Vietnam? So it's kind of important, Texas, that you invest your money as well, so your money is growing for you at the same time while you're stacking and saving money. I would highly recommend that you make a budget for yourself to take a look at where you can kind of skim and save so that you can live below your means. And set like a goal for yourself, right? Like, so the cool thing is, because you work in the States, you obviously make, I'm assuming anyways, you probably make significantly more money than a lot of other people in Southeast Asia. So even if you saved up for a little bit of time, like you could probably end up staying there for like a year on like a budget, right? But let's take a look at this. So do you need a visa for Vietnam? Yes, most nationalities need a visa for Vietnam. But many can get a 90-day e-visa online. So you can stay there for 3 months, while some countries are 45 days. And few fully exempt. You'll need passports valid for at least 6 months and a blank page. The easiest method is often e-visa, but check official sources like Vietnam Immigration Department, visa. Okay. So it doesn't seem like super complicated. And your passport must be valid for 6 months. I think you mentioned that you have a passport. And like, how much do you, Vietnam monthly expenses. Vietnam monthly expenses vary greatly by lifestyle, from around $500 for budget living, street food, shared accommodation, to $1,000 to $1,500 for a comfortable middle class living, private apartment, dining out, some extras, with key costs being rent, $200 to $900. But this number varies wildly, man. Like you can get a budget studio, for example, which is your own place, but it's just a studio, right? Or you can get a shared room where you have your own room and then you have maybe your own washroom, but maybe there's like a communal kitchen or whatever. So it's like a place with like a couple people for, you know, $200 to $300 US, right? Like, you know, what's, yeah. So like, is Vietnam more expensive than Thailand? Generally more affordable than Thailand, especially for budget travelers with lower costs for accommodation, hostels, budget hotels, local food, street food like pho or banh mi. Banh mi, if you don't, pho is noodles. It's like soup noodles or stir-fried noodles. Banh mi is like basically a Vietnamese sandwich. They're delicious. And public transport through both offer cheap options. Thailand become pricier. Okay, so I think a couple things that you need to nail down, man. So let me open up a Word document for you to get started, because I think you should visit a place before you move. But if you want to go like balls to the wall and just move somewhere, then that's your prerogative. It's up to you. But I think there's a couple things that you need to, or maybe I'll just open a spreadsheet. Shit. Okay, let's just do it here. That's fine. Okay, number one, you need to write out a budget. Okay, so super important if you're still listening. You need to write out a budget. And by budget, I mean like everything, right? Your rent, your insurance, your food costs, entertainment. What are you spending money on right now? That's what you want to find out, okay? It's not that difficult to find out. You could just look at your credit card bill and you could probably give a good estimate on how much you spend within every category, right? Medical, you can get a good idea. How much is your rent? How much is your insurance, your food costs, entertainment, all that kind of stuff. So you obviously want, and what's the goal of this? You want to increase your saving rate, right? That's increase the goal is to increase your saving rate. Your savings rate. So by minimizing your expenses. So I wrote this in caps for emphasis. You really need to see what areas you're spending money on in order to be able to control your costs as much as possible. That doesn't mean that you should live like a beggar or a monk, but you'll have a better idea of what things that you can get rid of, what things that you need to actually keep, what things that matter to you, what things that don't, by breaking all this down. And you could do it in a Google sheet, man. You could literally just open a sheet, open a sheet and just literally log your budget. Just go through your credit card bill and start logging. Okay, this is rent, this is rent, this was food, this was, I don't know, movies, this was dates, whatever, like you can just put different categories here, okay? So first thing that you should do is this, okay? Second thing you should do is you should research what country you want to see. Budget friendly, okay? And the reason why I mentioned this, that it should be budget friendly, is because you might quit your job, right? So you might actually like peace out and say like, look, I'm just going to take 3 months off. That's what I'm going to do. Okay? I'm going to take 3 months off. That's what I'm going to do. And do you own your own place or do you rent right now, Texas? So renting or owning your own place is probably going to be important in this equation. And the reason why I say this is because if you own your own place, likely you might be able to Airbnb it or find a renter for a couple months while you go away to help you cover some of the expenses. Okay, you got to be careful who you let into your place, your house, but there is a possibility you could be able to do that. All right? And that will be important for you to become a digital nomad or at least travel, for 90 days or whatever and be in Vietnam while you kind of explore, so that you don't have to stress out about paying double rent, right? So you're not paying rent back in Texas and you're not also paying rent in Vietnam. Okay, sometimes you have to do what you have to do when you're going on vacation. It's not always possible to rent out your place, but if you're going for 90 days, 6 months or whatever, like there are options out there. Okay, so this is important. Research what country you want to see and budget friendly, right? So if that's Vietnam, if that's Thailand, if that is China, if that's Japan, if that's whatever, okay? And then do a good budget, right? Like do a good budget, just like an Excel sheet, and say, I have this much saved for this amount of time. I can spend $50 a day. I can spend $30 a day. Right? And stay within that budget so that you know what you're doing. And then look up visa requirements. Okay? So don't forget, your budget has to include stuff like budget must include all costs. Okay? So when you're looking up a budget in Japan, you need to factor in the price of a plane ticket over there, right? You need to factor in the price of taking the subway. And then coming back as well, if you're going to come back. So it's not just the budget of staying there. That's one thing to be concerned about, but it's your budget of flying there too. So you have to be concerned about all those, those are things that you can do. But you can do that slowly. The first thing that you need to tackle is really your own budget, right? Write out your own budget and really look at your expenses and start to min-max your expenses, see where you can save a little bit of money. And then I think a factor that you should probably put above all this is if you're saving money, Texas, and you're actively saving money, make sure that you're investing into it in some way, like put it into your Roth IRA. I think that's what it's called in the States, or is Roth IRA the tax-free one or the 401k? I can't remember. Roth IRA. Individual retirement arrangement is a powerful retiring savings account that continues tax-free. Yeah, so Roth IRA, depending on what the exit times are how you can withdraw. You can withdraw your direct contribution, the money you put in, not the earnings, at any time, tax-free and penalty-free for any reason. Oh, you can withdraw the earnings. That's weird. In Canada, you can. Okay. Well, anyways, the reason why I was saying this is because it's probably going to take you a couple months to get all this in order. You want to make sure that your money is growing at the same time that you're saving the money, right? It'll make a difference, even if it's at 6.5% or whatever. Like, make sure that you put it in a Wealthsimple or Robinhood or whatever, and buy something that's safe. You know, buy ETFs, buy I'm at a loss. Index funds. You know, like something that is performing well, that has performed well with a good track record. Make sure that you buy into that, and then just let it grow for a couple months or whatever, and then take out whatever you need to take out for your trip. But at least that money would have made you money at that point. Okay, so that's a very crucial thing that I think I need to really echo. I think you left Texas. It's pretty late over there. Maybe you went to bed. Okay, cool. Do you have any questions about all this stuff so far? But like, really, I think it's super important that you write out a budget. You know, that's the first step that you got to write out to figure out your budget. You got to figure out your budget and really try to min-max your budget, right? So minimize your expenses while maximizing your savings. So that you have a good idea. If you can take some overtime, like I don't know how your pay works, maybe it's hourly, but if you could take some overtime shifts and you can bear it, that's a good way to save. Okay, great. Yeah, that works. I would go a little bit. I would ask GPT to make it a shorter term goal, and the reason why I say this, Texas, is you might want to go away for a couple months first to see if you like it, and then you'll have a better idea of where you want to land, and then you can make a more long-term plan as a result, right? So for example, you might go to Vietnam, but the first city that you go to, you don't really like, but then you go to the next city in Vietnam and you really like it there, right? Then, and maybe the cost of living is significantly lower, and the next city or whatever, like that's gonna make a difference, right? On your budgeting. And some people just don't like it, right? Some people just go over there and they're like, it's just not, I'm not used to, not having Walmart, not having my car, not having these things. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But you're not going to discover that until you know. But the first thing is, I think, getting your budget on lock so that you know like how much you're spending. I think this part is super crucial. Okay. So once you get your budget on lock, then I think you should start to do the research on what country you want to see. So whether you go to GPT or, there's a couple different websites and influencers and that kind of stuff that you can look up. I mean, you can feel free to ask me, but I haven't been to every single country, obviously. But you can talk to me about it, and we can come up with some kind of plan or place that you want to go to. But yeah, I think using GPT to your leverage, I think, is really good to help you with different plans. Yeah. And then you want to budget, obviously, budget friendly to a city. They want, like, what's the budget? Let's see. Vietnam budget per month. Yeah, I don't know if I really trust this. The first time that we entered this information, it said 500 and now it said 800 to 1200. That seems actually like quite a bit to me. Depending on where you live, like 400 to 700 mix of local and Western food and groceries. I don't know if you really need that unless you're really craving Western food, right? Like Vietnamese food is amazing, and you can probably eat like a local bowl of pho for under $1. You know, $1 a day, 3 meals a day is $3 times 30 days. That's $90 per month for food. So I don't know if this is that accurate. Like I would actually probably try to cross-reference some of this stuff with other things that you see online. But it's always good to budget more than less. You know, so if they ask for like $500, like I would probably budget like 800, right? Like just in case. But you can find like a bunch of travelers, I'm sure, that will tell you about this shit and be like, yeah, this works, this doesn't work. Stuff like that. Yeah, so cities like Ho Chi Minh, so Saigon, that's the capital, and Hanoi are pricier than Da Nang or smaller towns. Yeah, so the capital obviously is going to be more expensive than something that's like, more countryside. Visa runs mandatory for tourists, adding 100 to $200 every 90 days to your annual budget. Yeah, I guess that's true because you have to exit and then enter. But sometimes I don't look at these visa runs the same because visa runs actually gives you a chance. Like if you have to leave the country in 90 days and you plan to stay 6 months, you can actually just go spend a month in like Indonesia or Bali or something like that. You know? You don't have to spend all that time, here, right? So you can use the visa run to your advantage anyways. So you're like, well, I have to go, reset my visa, so I might as well just go to Indonesia for like a month and then come back to like Vietnam or something. Yeah. I think that probably would do you some good. Just queuing up some farming here so I can get this going, being as efficient as possible. Oh, wow. Sorry, I have to calculate something. Oh, that changes a lot, actually. 2152. Okay, I'll do this later. That's okay. Well, any questions about the plan, Texas? So I can make it like more clear for you. I'm still here. Just holler if you need anything. Just adding some stuff up here. Sorry, I'm just doing some math on a deal that I'm trying to make for import export. No, I appreciate it. I just have to take some action. I actually going to go cold turkey from YouTube on the 1st. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, I'll miss you, man. I wish you would pop in to check on the stream and stuff, and well, it would just be great to chat with you here. Yeah, I thought I had someone that might tune in on a consistent basis, but no, I get it. You got to do what you got to do for yourself. So I wish you all the best. Give me 2 seconds. I need to make a quick phone call. 1 second. Sorry, I'm back. I just had to. I'm going cold turkey till Doomsday drops. No, I appreciate it. I just had to take action. Cold turkey, YouTube. Do you have Discord or Telegram or email? I'm going cold turkey until Doomsday drops. You can contact me. What's the best way? You can contact me by email here at the Relationship Guru. Let me give you. What's my email here? Sorry, give me a second. Gmail. Yeah. Let me copy down my email to give to you. Hold on. I'll get it for you. Here you go. business.therelationshipguru@gmail.com. You can email me here. Yeah. You can email me there. It's unfortunate that you won't be back. I was hoping you'd tune into more of my streams, but I totally understand if you need to go to cold turkey. Yeah. Hopefully you can concentrate on your own stuff and make sure that you're in a good place, that your plan is set up correctly. That's what matters. Fair enough. Yeah. Some of my friends sometimes turn on my stream just to help me with the numbers, and then they just go take care of their kid or some shit like that, whatever. Which I also appreciate, right? They're helping me game the algorithm to, yeah, increase it. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, definitely sometimes you can go down the rabbit hole and just nonstop watch shit and not get anything done, and I'm guilty of that as well, so I totally know where you're coming from. That's dangerous too. It's the YouTubes, man. It's the YouTubes. Okay, this run's not good enough, so I'm going to sell it. This is not really good. Unfortunately, it looked promising because it rolled 16 speed initially. I was hoping for the dream of quad speed, so 4 rolls in speed, which would be, 30 or 28 or whatever, 25. But it rolled in a flat attack, which is terrible. This is actually not a great ruin, but it is crit damage on 4 and crit rate. And this is okay. Yeah, right. I can keep the rest of these. They're acceptable. Let's just keep grinding away this stuff. Yeah. Texas, I would appreciate, I don't know if this is possible at all, but if you do enjoy my streams and you thought this was a good place for people like yourself, if you have any friends that you want to direct to the stream, I'm really grateful for them to come watch and maybe check me out or ask for my opinion on things. Yeah, I'd always be happy if they would be willing to do that. I'm trying to grow my sub base and also the viewership to more and more people. So that comes from me doing social media, which I will be doing in the new year, but also just word of mouth really from people recommending it to other people. So I'm always grateful for that. Yeah. Thanks, Texas. I appreciate it. Any viewership, I appreciate it. Did you get a chance to check out some of my videos for my travel blogs? I mean, there's only 3 of them, so, but yeah, I don't know if you got a chance to take a look at those videos. That might give you a better idea of what China looks like, I guess, and what it feels like. Oh, gonna get a glass of milk. Be right back. Definitely checked out the vlogs. China's really amazing, man. There's so many people who'd rather be wealthy in China than US or Canada. Yeah. I made a homemade yogurt, so it's right here. It's actually not that difficult to make, to be honest. But yeah, I enjoy cooking. It's one of my hobbies. I hear you. I really do. I feel the same way. I feel the exact same way. Yeah, China's really amazing. I don't think you'll actually like. It's really hard. I can't really explain it until you actually like go there. Like it's really just difficult to put into words because most of what I say, like people are probably just not gonna believe it. Like there's just a lot of ignorant people in the West. I'm not just talking about the States, but also like Canada. Not good. Yeah, Canadian barbecue is not good. Yeah, definitely not good. Um, we just don't really like emphasize on barbecue up here, so that's part of the problem, I guess. There's really not a lot of stock put into it. There's not like these like world class pit masters or anything like that. Like you just don't have that. So that's part of the issue. Not really a huge barbecue culture up here. Yeah, Montreal, there's probably a little more of a barbecue culture. Yeah, if I had to guess. Yeah, which is good. It's a good thing. Barbecue. How can anyone get sick of barbecue? It's so delicious. So delicious. YouTube. Do you work tomorrow, Texas? I see. How long are you on the road for when you work? Like 12 hours a day? That's a long day. Yeah, that's a long day. So do you I mean, since you're on the road all the time, do you sleep in like hotels and stuff like that? I'm assuming motels, hotels. Just gonna look up something. Yeah, Roth IRA. Make sure that you open this. Yeah. Okay, there's withdrawal rules apparently. Earnings are tax-free and penalty-free if the account has been open for at least 5 years and you're 59 and a half years or older, disabled, or using the funds for a qualified first-time home purchase up to $10,000 lifetime limit on earnings. What? That doesn't sound right. Lyft is tough, man. I met a couple Uber drivers. I was on a business trip last month, and yeah, they told me it's tough, not easy, not easy work at all. Do you like driving for Lyft? Well, look on the bright side. If you drive for a carrier, you probably make more money and you get benefits and stuff like that, I'm assuming, so, than driving Lyft. So at least that's good. At least there's that, right? Gotta look on the bright side of things. Try to, anyways. Yeah, dealing with passengers is probably a fucking pain in the ass. I've heard that from more than one person. People that are drunk, that are rude, that are entitled, like, yeah, I get it. I've never driven Lyft or Uber, so I can't totally speak to that experience because I've never done that, but I've thought about it and I've considered it before, just for, you know, some extra money and also kind of the experience, I guess. But yeah, I heard it's pretty grueling. Can be pretty tough. Yeah, depending on who you bump into, I guess. When long time ago, when I was a kid, yes, I have been to Blue Jays games. They play in a different city than the one I live in, so they play in Toronto. That's in the East Coast, like kind of really close to where New York is, just maybe 3 hours away from New York or something like that, driving. I'm in Vancouver, which is essentially north of Seattle, like 3 hours from Seattle. Yeah. So unfortunately, I'm not that close, but yeah, I've been to Jays games before. I have some relatives that live in Philadelphia, or they used to live in Delaware. So I've gone to Phillies games before. That was fun. Yeah, I had a good time there. It was interesting. I've never been to. It was a new experience for me because I've never been to ball games. So that was pretty cool. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Have you ever been to? I don't. I have no idea where you live in Texas, but have you ever been to like Astros games or something? Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Yeah, it is. It can be annoying. I think this is why. Sorry, I'm eating some yogurt. Um, yeah, I also think that it's really important, mortgage mate, to do like do something that you care about. Not that mortgage content isn't something that you care about, but like if you're if you're doing the YouTube grind for how should I put this? For things that you're not passionate about, when you're making content, if you think like it's just a drag, like that, it's not going to last very long because not just your performance on camera, but also I think like burnout is going to be like a very, very serious thing. So this is something like to keep in mind, right? You might just get like fed up one day and be like, fuck it, I'm not going to record another short, or I'm not going to do this, or I'm not going to do that. And you know, I'm speaking obviously from a lens of very limited experience, but you know, most YouTubers, that's what they say to people that are getting started, right? Like, actually do YouTube about something that you enjoy, like, talking about. Because, you know, if you're just doing it to, like, make money, or if you're just doing it to get fame, eventually you'll burn out. Yeah. So just, it's something to keep in mind, I think. Yeah. When you're evaluating what you want to do next and how to approach things. Yeah. I think that's probably important. Know what I'm saying, sir? Hopefully. Yeah. But I would say, like, the algorithm works. Obviously, my YouTube channel is very small. It's only got 86 people, but like, it's it's grown completely, almost completely organically from when I first started my YouTube, and I probably had like 20 something people on here, and I'm sure it was like a lot of like friends and family, just you know, people asking like, hey, just like go subscribe and support this person or whatever. So, you know, it's those are kind of like artificial, quote unquote artificial followers, not really, you know, something that's sustainable. But, you know, now I have, what, 86, and I haven't touched my channel in like a couple of years, right? So the content somehow found its way to someone else, which is cool. And yeah, and here we are. Here we are. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. That's the YouTubes for you. That is indeed the YouTubes for you. Yeah, content that you love. I mean, I think one of the angles that you can probably talk about is like why it's important for you to get good mortgage help, because it's, you know, it's, I mean, it sounds simple, but buying a house is, or a property is the, you know, the biggest financial decision that most people will make in their entire lives. That's the reality. And so, like, you'd rather get it right than get it wrong. I think that's just goes without saying. Um, and so, like, and why do we do this? Because we want to set ourselves up, you know, to protect our ourselves and our family for a better financial future, right? Like, I think that's the way I see it, anyways. And there's nothing wrong with that. You can be very honest with people about that, you know, about your own, I guess, situation, and, like, you know, things that you think about. And I think people would definitely gravitate towards that message, because you're being very honest and earnest about, you know, who you are as a person and why you're doing things. The YouTubes. We were looking up Roth IRAs, and I mean, compounding calculator. Let's see if we can find one. Investor.gov. Let's show you guys the power of compounding. So I read a really cool quote today. It was from this book, Atomic Habits. If you've never seen this book, so it's a pretty famous book, and it's about formulating little habits in your life to make yourself better. But one of the really cool things about Atomic Habits is the 1% rule. This is not a rule that this person created, but this is a good rule nonetheless. So it's actually 38 times. So because the new year is coming around soon, if you pick a topic, Just anything, doesn't matter. If you want to get better at YouTube, you want to get faster, stronger, you want to work out, better at cooking, I don't know. At the start of the year, if you improve yourself by 1% every single day on that craft, by the end of the year, you would have become 38 times better at that thing. So you start off at 0 at something, right? Like you were, the very first YouTube video you've ever created, or the very first stream I've ever had. If I did this for an entire year, I would be 38 times better than what I am right now at streaming. And presumably my channel would be 38 times bigger. I don't know if that's actually true, but some of those things I don't control, but and then the reverse is true as well. So if you're lazy as fuck and you don't do anything about certain situations, like let's say you don't ever exercise and you wonder why you got fat, well, you could get 1% worse at stuff, right? So if you sit on the couch all day, you just don't do anything, you don't exercise, you just eat, well, after a whole year, you're going to be 38%, 38 times worse. Yeah. So I thought that was quite interesting. Yeah, Atomic Habits, this summary. Yeah, I think it's worth checking out. I think it's worth checking out. Take a look if you guys get a chance, and if you find it useful, of course. Atomic Habits. I think it's a cool social commentary. It's interesting because we just don't do stuff like this. It just teaches you what consistency and quality of workout or whatever, is important to us, right? Like mind, body, and soul, we need to be active participants in our own success. I was talking about that earlier, mortgage mate, being an agent in your own success, right? An active agent in your own success. So it's vitally important to the growth of oneself. Oh, look, my pleasure. Whatever I can do to help, yeah? Whatever I can do to help. Yeah, I can't, it's hard for me to help you with job prospects and stuff like that, but at least I can help you in other means. Yeah. I probably should. Technically I could just take these streams and make it a podcast somehow, right? It's just if I can throw it on some kind of, Amazon Audio or Spotify or whatever. Just tell people to listen. It's not impossible for me to double up on the content. It's not like a true podcast, but you know what I'm saying. I think I would enjoy doing a podcast. I would probably enjoy doing a podcast opposite of someone that I could riff off of, because talking to myself for, an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours, however long a podcast goes for, would probably become quite boring. But I've thought about doing like a tech podcast, but not like a tech bros podcast, but talking about airing out all the dirty laundry that I know about in tech. Like putting people on blast. I think that would be fucking funny. and also kind of sad in a way. But yeah, it probably opened up people's eyes as to what tech really is sometimes. Yeah, the world of tech. The interesting world of tech, sir. Yeah, sometimes we live in bizarro land in tech. Yeah, Texas, you can start to look for tech jobs. I think there's a couple tech hubs in Texas, like Austin being one of them, but I'm sure there's startups in Dallas too. In fact, I know there's startups in Dallas too. Yeah, I think the tech world has probably changed for the worse than the better. So I do believe, like, if I graduated like university and went right into tech at that point, when they really needed a lot of people, then it would be a different story as what's today. Man, I read a really good, or I was watching a YouTube video about someone that was training AI models. And I can't remember what he was training AI models for. I think it was like senior coding or something like that. But I don't know if he wrote a book about this or he just did a podcast or an interview. It was so interesting because he was literally making models to basically replace his entire team and himself. Like he knew what the company wanted him to do, but it was like so difficult. Like it was so conflicting. You know what I mean? Like they obviously paid him a bunch of money and it was his job, it was part of his employment, but he was like actively participating in his own destruction, you know what I mean? And obsolescence, which was like such a profound thing to go through, right? It's like act like he's like feeding this model every day. I don't know if he worked for an investment firm or accounting or whatever, or maybe he was an engineer, but it was like actively training this model every single day on like how to spot these things and whatever, and changing its coding and stuff like that. And it's like, you know, at some point he was just like, oh shit, I just realized like I'm essentially training this robot to fucking replace all of us. And it's like, yeah, I can't imagine what that would be like. It would be a total mind fuck. Yeah, I think in I think in Canada you're probably right about the business part. Like I don't think that you can, based on how the system is set up, I don't think that you can make enough from an employed job to be able to outrace the cost of inflation, the change on taxation rules, the cost of living, like, you know, just life things that come up. You know, in our parents' age, it was a different story, and not even our parents' age. Maybe like even just 20 years ago it was different. You know, like people could get a pension and they could retire. They could live pretty comfortably if they worked for like BC Hydro or something like that, and actually managed to raise a family and buy a house. But the cost of living has become so exorbitantly unattainable, and also and conversely, the income hasn't increased. Like, have you ever seen an income to housing price ratio or graph? You see the income line. Let's see. Yeah, so this is like a good representation, right? So the median household income, which kind of makes you sick, in 85, I was born in 84, so just 1 year before this, was 22.4K in that time. The housing prices were 78.2, right? And then there's a couple things that come along. But this is the American dream, quote unquote, 84 to 2022. This is even outdated information. This is 2022. This isn't even 2025. So there was a little bit of a dip, but this probably went up. Yeah. So, like, look at this. This is ridiculous, right? So, I mean, yes, we've gone up 50K, but housing has literally gone up, like, for 350K in that price. Like, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, affordability to income levels. Yeah. So, yeah, at some point it just becomes unsustainable because you're basically borrowing on costs that you can't attain, right? Like you can't afford. You're just borrowing on I yeah, 2 to 3 times max your salary, right? And then I think when I bought my townhouse back in the day in like 2010 or whatever, it was like 6x. Now I can't. I'm sure it's like 10x borrowing, right? Or like 20x borrowing or something like that. It's crazy. Yeah, 10 to 13. Yeah, exactly. Like when has that ever made sense? In the history of man. And what's wild about it is like it's just accepted as normal, right? Oh, this is just how the markets are or whatever. Well, not really. I mean, we've been living a certain way for a long, long time before that, where things were actually pretty reasonably affordable, but the math doesn't math anymore. Yeah. And we've gotten to a point where things are probably unsustainable. Like I can only imagine like soon there's going to be times where people are actually going to have to borrow. Well, it's probably happening right now. People are having to borrow upon borrowing. Yeah, yeah. Housing is a homegrown problem, and what I think what bothers me about politicians a lot, mortgage mate, is that uh, I mean, this is pretty self-explanatory, but they make these grandiose promises and they have this unlimited, basically omnipotent power, right? So they govern the entire city or they govern the entire country. They make rules of what people abide by, whether it's monetary policy, whether it's education, whether it's whatever. And then when shit hits the fan, like they're not held really accountable. Like the most that they're accountable for is they just don't get elected again. Meanwhile, like the entire country is picking up the pieces, right? Like they fucked up, and now we have to pick up everything, which is crazy. Yeah, I think I mean, I think that's probably in Texas. If you're still there, I think this is probably just the reality of our situation collectively in this chat, and a lot of other people's situations as well, right? Like, um, you know, what's yeah, I think that's a other thing that's kind of crazy. Rather than trying to do like things like create jobs and stuff like that, like they just spend more money auditing people. Yeah, I read that they what did Carney? I think Carney just gave Canada gives money to Ukraine. Like they gave like $2 billion, I think. Yeah, 12.3 financial billion financial assistance to Ukraine, and I think they just gave 2.5 billion in aid. Yeah, like they give $2.5 billion in aid. Yeah, I don't know. Like I feel bad for Ukraine, but like people can't even fucking afford to feed themselves here in Canada. It's like they can't buy fresh groceries. Like maybe solve that problem first, right? maybe solve the fact that like people are probably gonna end up homeless and petty crime is on the rise. Yeah. I love how people seem to sidestep like petty crime, and what it correlates to. I don't have statistics about this, but I have no doubt that it correlates to poverty, right? So people get desperate, like people get hungry, people are poor. What else are they gonna do? They're not gonna fucking stick around, right? Like they're just gonna pack up their shit and go. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, leaving Canada. I mean, it's it's um it's stupid because it's just so like the most appealing option, right? Like it's if there was another option in Canada, I think people would have taken it already. But like budget, like what's the budget in Thailand? 25 to 35 USD. So I don't know if this is true. I don't know if any of this is true. Thailand cost of living. A single person potentially spending 700 to 1200 USD. I think that's probably estimated quite high. 700 to 1200 USD. I guess it depends on how you're spending your money, but I've heard people getting one bedroom apartments in Bangkok for like 230 USD per month, which is like 320 Canadian or something like that, or 300 Canadian. Yeah. So I think under $1,000, like you can live very comfortably. Yeah, I mean time zones, difficulties. Yeah, like talking to your loved ones, family back home is going to be a little bit tough, and it's like overrun by tourism. Like there's just so many people. I think last year Thailand was the number one tourist destination, or most visited tourist destination last year. Number one for international visitors. I think number one. I think the most visitors too. Oh yeah, not the loved ones. Yeah, fair enough. You know what? In all fairness, though, like mortgage mate, I will say like I'm very close with my mom, and I spoke to her almost every day when I was in China. Like even if it was brief, and sometimes it wasn't like a phone call, but might have like just WhatsApped her, kind of before she went to bed, or I got up and she was like still awake. So it is possible. Yeah. Remote working over there, going by Eastern times, is only like a 12 or 13-hour difference, so it's still significant. I'm talking about China, by the way. Sorry. So I think Thailand is in a different zone than time zone than China. But yeah, it's like sure, if I woke up at 8 in the morning, then it would be 8 p.m. her time. Even if I woke up at 11, it would be 11 a.m. It would be 11 p.m. her time, or our time here in Vancouver. So it is still possible. Like you know, my mom would still be awake at that time. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, it is possible. Maybe back in the day when technology was so shitty and stuff like that, it's like it's really hard. But now that you can leave voice messages and whatever, and have video calls and shit like that, it's a lot easier. It's different from like the real thing, obviously seeing your loved ones, or I don't know, seeing the people that you want and that you care about, giving them a hug and stuff like that. But yeah. Yeah, $500 per month. This is in Koh Samui, which is, I believe, the resort area of Thailand. It's like a lot of all-inclusive stuff. 2-bedroom home, $600 per month. Electricity, $90. 2 air cons. Water, $6. Gas, $35. Household help, 3 times per week. So you get a housekeeper. So under $2,000. But I guess if you rent a 2-bedroom, if you rent a 1-bedroom, it would be cheaper. Pay TV, Thai Netflix for 12 bucks. Cell phone, 12 bucks. Internet, healthcare, 2 people. This is a major expense right here. I'm guessing this is insurance. Yeah. Oh, it looks gorgeous though. You can go surfing every day if you wanted to. Yeah, crazy. Yeah, there's some places. I know one of my ex AEs lives in Newfoundland. No, Nova Scotia. I can't remember. In the fucking Atlantic Canada somewhere, and property is much cheaper there. But she did say supplies. So she lives in a little town. And she said supplies are actually more expensive there because I guess because they have to like fly everything in or whatever. Like she was telling me, like I think I was complaining about how like a 4-liter jug of milk went up in price, and she was like, "Oh, that's cheap. Like I have to pay like $9 or $12 for that same milk or something like that." So I was like, "Oh shit, that's I shouldn't complain. I really shouldn't." Yeah. So Numbeo isn't an exact calculator, but you can see cost of living in Thailand is 40.1% lower than in Canada, excluding rent. Cost of living, including rent in Thailand, is 44.7% lower than Canada. Rent prices in Thailand are 56.4%. That must be a typo. It's even less than that. Like, yeah, like a standard rent is probably like $2,000 in Canada. It's probably like $300 in Thailand, I'm assuming. Restaurant prices 61.2% lower. Grocery prices, yeah, crazy. We as Canadians would probably give up our residency because we just don't really benefit from it, right? Like if you get a permanent resident card, you pretty much get the same privileges. I think with the exception of like you can't vote and you cannot leave, like you can't get a PR card and not live in Canada for a certain amount of time in like the next 5 or 7 years, right? Like you have to like spend, I guess, like the majority of your time in Canada, and then you get your PR. But then you can hold a passport somewhere else. Um, so I think I can live pretty comfortably on like 2,000 Canadian a month, and that's like including rent. So I mean, we can like investment calculator. So let's see, like what's $500,000 monthly contribution? Let's say monthly contribution 0. Length of time in years. Length of time in years that you plan to save. No. Estimated interest rate. So let's go 6.5%. Initial variance range, amount of compounded monthly. I don't even know if you need this much, like maybe 300,000. Let's say like this doesn't really work because we're assuming that you started from nothing, right? So if you put like 0, Oh, we can ask GPT. Chat GPT. Or sorry, let's use Gemini. Yeah, you would, and you have to pay exit tax, but I don't think that would really, like, you know, I don't think that would be the worst thing in the world. I need to generate 24,000 Canadian a year off of my investments. That should compound at a 6.5% rate of return. How much principal do I need? To generate 24,000 per year, you would need a principal sum of about 370,000. That's not that difficult. Like, that's not impossible. I mean, it's money. Don't get me wrong. It is money, but it's not impossible. Yeah, that's doable. And $24,000, $2,000 a month, by the way. You wouldn't. I'm not. $2,000 a month in most places in Southeast Asia. You wouldn't be living like a hobo. Like, you wouldn't be living like literally like you have to skip meals or some shit, or like ride a bicycle everywhere. Like, you'd be living like comfortably, man. Like, you'd be able to rent a 1 bedroom in the city center. You'd be and no withdrawals. Yeah, no withdrawals. It's just I'm just calculating the principal, 370K, and then if you make 6.5% compounding per year, you would make 24K. Yeah, but this doesn't count for inflation, by the way, mortgage mate. So your 24K would not be worth 24K 20 years from now or whatever, right? So your money is not. Yeah, exactly. The yield off of your principal, like how much do you need to generate off the yield of your principal in order for that to sustain you year round without working? Yeah, so you're not touching your principal, you're just basically essentially touching whatever, you're withdrawing whatever your gains are. Yeah, which is, 6.5%, conservatively speaking. But again, this is not accounting for inflation. So, like, what if you account for inflation? So let's take a look at this. Then you would need to generate more money. Yeah, because it would have to account for the whatever. Inflation's going to be different everywhere. Inflation's pretty low in China. It's like 1.5%, but here in Canada, I think it's 2.5% easily. That's under normal conditions. Yeah, so if you account for inflation, it's like quite a bit more. Yeah, so your principal would need to be over 500,000, 550,000, 560,000. You could withdraw 24,000 in year one. In year two, you could withdraw 24,208, and a 2.2% increase to account for inflation. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you would need to increase your principal in order to just like compensate for that inflation increase, so that your principal would be the same. Yeah. But I mean, like, I guess it really just depends. Like, we're in 560K, 558. So just round it up, 560. So 560, you would need 560 to basically generate 24K per year, plus accounting for inflation. Yeah. Well, so I think there's a couple things to maybe keep in mind. Realistically speaking, knowing you and we would probably never do nothing. Like I think it's very doubtful that we would ever like just stop working entirely, even if we were working for, I don't know, like doing like sales calls once in a while to make a couple $100, like things like this, right? Like, so it's very unlikely that we wouldn't be able to generate or wouldn't want to generate additional income at some point. So those things factor in. And then the other thing that factors in, obviously, you and I are in very different kind of life circumstances, but a lot of people talk about not touching their principal, but what exactly are you going to do with the principal? Like if it's to leave to your son, then that's different case. But like let's say I don't have kids and maybe one day I get married or something like that. It's like it's just me and her. Like I can't take it to the grave unless I like donate it to charity. So I might as well spend it, right? Like even if I spend it at a slower rate, like I can still spend it. So which means like I only need 300. Like if you're looking at your total lifespan, I guess, right? Maybe I live to 80, 90, maybe more, I don't know. But then I would need about 370K to retire on 24K per year. Yeah. Like I think people get trapped in this thing where they just save, 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 and they don't want to touch their principal, and then it's like they're 80 years old and they haven't used their principal at all. And they've lived like frugally, like super frugal for their entire life. They have never enjoyed like a business class seat on a plane or a first class seat, or I don't know, paid for a premium suit, or I don't know, something like this, right? And that's not to say that you should do that right now, but like, it's you worked hard for this money. You should enjoy some of it. It's I don't know if it's necessary to leave every single penny to your offspring. Yeah, yeah. The other thing that I don't know if this is factoring in as well is okay, so one thing that this calculator is probably not factoring in, Mortgage Mate, is the fact that it says it's withdrawing 24K in year one. I'm assuming, I don't know if this is true, I'm assuming they're talking about withdrawing all $24,000 on January 1st. Like literally, I'm withdrawing all $24,000 on January 1st. And if I'm living somewhere in Southeast Asia, obviously I don't need to withdraw $24,000 to pay for my year's expenses ahead of time. I can just draw $2,000 monthly, which means, or whatever, right? Which means like I have that other 22K rolling, right? So it all adds up, right? So sure, that I don't need to draw 24,000 all of it at once. I can draw $2,000, put 22K back in a ETF or something that's like really safe, or even a bond that gives me like 3.5%, and then the next month I can draw another 2,000. Right, next month I can withdraw another 2,000. So that amount is still like compounding. Yeah, even if it's in like a very safe fund or something like that, or something like a bond, it's still compounding. It still matters, right? That 3.5% over time, like that's gonna factor in. Like, I mean, I can even ask it a question like, what if I only needed to withdraw 2,000 per month for expenses? Would that change the amount? Yeah, so the frequency of withdrawal, I think, matters. And presumably, mortgage mate, when we retire, hopefully this doesn't run out, but we will get CPP. We won't get OAS, and we won't get whatever other shit that the government gives you. I think right now it's about $2,400 a month or $2,200 a month. I think CPP is only like 1,000 because if we live overseas, we're not privy to OAS. You have to live in Canada, I think, to. Because 2,000 per month is exactly. No, that's not what I'm talking about. The tax buffer net gross. If you need 2,000 in your pocket to pay bills, you would draw more than 2,000 to cover the taxes in Canada. Yeah, this is assuming. This is assuming that I am in a low enough tax bracket that I do not need to pay taxes. Please recalculate. Your tax bracket where you do not pay taxes on income, which is highly realistic in Canada for income 24,000, especially dividends. The math becomes much simpler. To maintain a purchasing power against inflation, you must only spend a real rate of return. The recalculation, annual income 24,000, 6.5%, current inflation 2.2%. So you need 560 still to generate taxes. Is realistic to pay zero taxes in 20%? Yes, depending on the type of investment income, your assumption of paying no taxes is very likely correct. Capital gains in Canada only 50%. Capital gains are taxes on 24,000 of gains. Only 12,000 is considered taxable income. Since 225 federal basic is. Yeah, less than that actually. Eligible dividends because of the interesting. Interest RSP withdrawals. $1,100 through provincial credits might reduce this further. Why this number is safe by keeping the principal $550. You're effectively paying yourself $24,000. While leaving 2.2%, 12,276 in the account. That 12 to which grows your principal. So then next year you can withdraw 2,404 a month and still be the exact same financial position relative to the cost of living. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Would you like to see how much your principal would need to grow if inflation stays higher than 2.2%, or would you like to see a list of Canadian stocks ETFs? What if we were to change the return on percentage to 10%? 10% is high, but I mean, like, I'm actually invested in funds that generate 10%. If you increase your expected return at 10% and maintain your assumption to 0% tax bracket, principal amount would need to drop significantly because each dollar you own is working harder. Yes. Okay, so at a current rate, like, whether you believe this or not, if this is achievable, okay, 10% return on average, and there's funds out there that give 10% return, but obviously every year it's not going to be exactly the same. Your principal only needs to be 300K, 307. So that's, yeah. And then you would get 24 grand per month, or sorry, per year to spend. Pretty good. Yeah, 100% equity stock portfolio. Nah. I would say like funds that are medium to high risk can achieve this. Yeah. if you were trying to gamble in stocks, like um well 24K 24K mortgage mate, we put this through the calculator to ask about our tax position, and basically you would pay almost zero federal taxes, right? So they broke it down. So if you're getting 24K in basically investment income back, only 50% of it is taxable, right? And then you're exempt about 16K for your federal exemption. So 16K is non-taxable of that 24K, which only leaves about, what, 8K? So half of that is taxable. So that's what, 4,000? And then you're taxed at the lowest tax bracket. So you would owe zero federal, but what about provincial? An individual with no other income can often receive up to 50 to 60,000 in dividends before paying a single cent in provincial federal income tax. These are taxed as regular income. You would exceed the basic amount, 24,000 minus 6,000. Yeah, yes, you would exceed, resulting in a small federal tax bill. Yeah, $1,100 of tax based on this model. That's you're getting 24K. You're earning 24K a year off of your investment. Yeah. So you would have to factor that in. That $1,100 would go towards the government, but I think that's a small price to pay. Now, the one thing that you want to consider, mortgage mate, is like this doesn't factor in a CPP, so that's additional income earned, right? Like what is the current CPP payout in Canada? Other senior payouts. Yeah. As far as I know, it is both. Yeah, because if you're in such a low tax bracket, like the majority of it is your basic exemption of 16K, and then basically only 8,000 is eligible for taxation, at which 50% of it is capital gains. So only 4,000 is taxable. Yeah, so am I, but yeah, just an idea. So your average monthly CPP is 840. Oh, sorry, max monthly at age 65. And then old age security. Lived in Canada for 40 plus years. Seniors can. And then GIS is another thing. Low income for single seniors earning less than 22,400, excluding OAS. Oh, GIS is tax-free. I didn't know that. But CPP and OAS are taxable, which is kind of fucked up, to be honest with you, because retirees have been living, have been working for so long, and then now they retire, but their income that they're given social assistance is still taxable back to the government. It's like a vicious cycle. It's pretty hilarious. Oh, so if your goal is to, so here, how this changes your principal needed. Let's take a look at a realistic scenario of a single senior in BC who has lived in Canada most of their lives. OAS 740, average CPP 848, BC supplement $50 estimated, total government income 1,638 per month. If your goal is 2,000 per month, you only need to bridge the gap of $362 per month from your investment. New principal calculations at 10% return. To get $362 per month, 4,344 a year with 10% return. Adjusted for 2.2% inflation, you need $55,692. What is CPP? This stands for Canadian Pension Plan. OAS is Old Age Security. I think that's what it stands for. Yeah, Old Age Security. These are things like I don't know how old your parents are, but they they're eligible for this. Yeah, they're eligible for all three of these things. I'd be surprised if they are not basically getting that. Yeah. So, like, if you retire, I think you can start taking this out at 60, but if you're like 65, you get more money or something like that, or 67. Oh, the dollar values? Estimated average monthly is 848.37 because I think CPP depends on how much you've contributed over the years in earnings. But yeah, it's $848.37 on average, and then OAS is 740.09. I think my mom gets like $2,000 or $2,200. I can't remember. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. You can do the math, and a bunch of people have done the math that have specialized in Canadian taxes and stuff like that. Generally speaking, like if you're in a financial position that's good enough, they recommend that you just take it out early because you can reinvest that money to basically make up the difference. And yeah, it's nothing. It's not enough to live on, man. It's really not. Like old folks that were able to live on this amount before are not able to live on this amount, right? Obviously. I mean, if you're renting a place for $2,000 per month, like where do you find the money, right? Yeah, especially if you have no source of income and you can't work and whatever. Yeah, it's not enough. Yeah. So I mean, it's twofold, right? It's like I generally feel bad for seniors because I think that they grew up in a generation where they thought the government was going to take care of them, and they didn't think that things were going to turn out the way that they did. But some of it is obviously their poor financial planning. Nothing. Well, okay, so CPP and OAS are adjusted every year, but it's not enough to like outweigh the like the rate of inflation and stuff like that. Like CPP 2026, right? So it'll be adjusted by a little bit, right? So CPP payout 2026. So it goes up by a little percentage. Yeah, so $10, man. Monthly, anyways. So that's $120, right? Annual increase of CPP. Depending on what bracket you're in, I guess. But like, this is how much it will increase. And then like, what is OAS? OAS payout 2026 payout increase. CPP increases confirmed to 2%. Yeah, 2% is not even inflation. I think inflation grows by 2.5% historically in Canada, and probably way higher over the last couple of years. Like, what's Canada inflation? Yeah, so I mean, the government has really set up people to fail, right? Like, you can just even see by the numbers. Like, yeah, it's 2.2%, right? According to this, anyways, 2.2%. Previous 2.4% or 2.2%. It's high. It's higher than the rate of CPP that goes up. Yeah, it's way higher recently. Yeah, these numbers, like, you got to take some of these numbers with a grain of salt. Like the things that Census Canada gives and whatever. Like they claim that it's like non-biased and whatever, but they're the ones that are reporting it. So they have to answer to someone whether what they want to publish, right? You know, it's the same thing when your government tells you like your house isn't on fire, but you can clearly see that it's fucking on fire right in front of you, and you're calling like the fire department, right? They want to tell you something so they don't stoke the flames, so there's no fucking riots. But like, here's the reality, right? Like, why why do I have to pay I don't know, beef prices now why am I paying like $30 for a fucking ribeye steak at the grocery store that I have to cook myself when I was paying like $30 or $40 for 4 pieces before? All right, like we're approaching beef prices that are high enough that it probably makes sense to go to like the keg to eat. Yeah, we'll save a little bit of money, but we're not gonna save like, last time I went to the keg, I think a ribeye was like $59. But like they cook it for you, they serve it for you, and they serve it with like 2 sides and unlimited bread. Yeah, you have to tax and tip on top of that, I guess. So yes, you do save some money cooking your own ribeye, but like, you'll have to make yourself a double baked potato at home and an iceberg lettuce salad, and some grilled garden green vegetables and shit, right? Like some zucchini and carrots and shit like that. You have to buy that stuff and you'll have to make it at home. So yeah, beef prices have gotten so ridiculous that it's like I probably just won't. Like I'll eat beef on a special occasion kind of thing, right? Like, which is crazy to think about because we have our own fucking cows. Yeah, you need to literally like hunt your own meat. Yeah. I mean, I think that's the next. I mean, the next evolution of that, man, is like probably looting, and which is like what I feel like you're probably seeing right now. You know. Yeah, it's just too expensive. It's crazy, man. Like chicken is going up too. There's like my sister's boyfriend is like a really big purchasing manager. And they hosted some kind of dinner, I think, for like all the chicken poultry committee or whatever of Canada. And you know what they were discussing? They were discussing the fact that beef went up so much because they have some kind of monopoly on beef, like the Council of Beef People in Canada or whatever. They said, why not us too? Why don't we raise the prices of chicken now? That was their thought process, by the way. Not how do we make it cheap, like chicken cheaper for more people, but how do we raise the prices for chicken to gouge people more? So I wouldn't be surprised. Like Costco, the roast chicken is obviously the most amazing deal, like one of the most amazing deals you can get there besides a hot dog. But if you go buy yourself a whole chicken, like a whole chicken, right? So it comes in a 3-pack. It's $48. It's $48 for 3. So it's $16 each. I used to pay $6 for that thing, like raw, right? Like it would be a little bit cheaper than the roast chicken. And then obviously I just have to make it my own, season and marinate it and throw it in the oven or air fryer or whatever, right? But that thing used to be $6. And then I watched it go to $8, 10, 12. Now it's fucking 16 each. It's $48 for those 3 chickens. It's actually cheaper for you to buy the Costco roast chicken at $8. It's $7.99. Yeah, it's crazy. It's like literally, it's insane. Meanwhile, in China, I can get $1 for chicken breast delivered to my home. $1 for a 6 or 8 ounce chicken breast. Or $1.50, I don't know, something like that when it's on sale. I guess $2, I guess, regular price, but still, it's like crazy. Yeah, the price of food is ridiculous. No, it's not. This is maybe an unpopular opinion, but I honestly think that Canada might be on the verge of a riot, like a nationwide riot. Yeah, because what was that? What was that saying? We're 6 meals away from anarchy or something like that. Yeah, 6 meals away from anarchy is a variation of the famous quote, "There are only 9 meals between mankind and anarchy," coined by writer Alfred Henry Lewis in 1906, highlighting that civilization's fragile order depends on readily available food, and hunger quickly leads to desperation, crime, and societal breakdown, as seen in historical events like Hurricane Katrina. No, I'm not. I'll probably never go. Well, my family, my mom and my sister are here, but coincidentally she probably will go back in March or April. I'm planning to do the same, depending on if I find a job over there or what my remote working situation turns out to be. You know, that's the dream. That's the goal. I might. One of the purposes of me going back is like I have a right to. I've been, I guess, formally accepted to a right to land status in Hong Kong, which means that I have a right to basically work, study, or stay there if I want to. But I have to go for like an interview and stuff like that. And it's partly because my parents are basically born in Hong Kong, right? And they had me over here, but they were born in Hong Kong, so I have those kind of rights. I just can't vote, and they can take that right away from me if I get in shit, right? Like if I deal cocaine there or something crazy like that. But the good thing is, like, I have basically I can stay there as long as I want. Not that I'm a huge fan of Hong Kong, because Hong Kong is also fucking expensive. But it is a start. The one benefit that you get from Hong Kong, and you know this, Ben, because I think you've stayed in Hong Kong before, but or mortgage mate, Hong Kong tax bracket. It's like 11% or 13%. Hong Kong levies salaries on income of employment using progressive tax rates range from 2% to 17% for year-end assessments 2024-2025. So if you make, okay, so I see. This is in Hong Kong, is an HKD, so it's a threshold system. It's a progressive tax system like us. Wait, no, it's not. It's progressive. It's not marginal. Wait, no. That's wrong. It is progressive. Okay, I guess so that you can assume the most is 17%, which is obviously very little comparatively to Canada. Businesses are subject to a two-tier profit tax. Corporations pay 8.25% on the first Hong Kong $2 million of profit and 16.5% on the remainder unincorporated business. Sole proprietors pay 7.5% to 15%. Okay, so sole proprietors actually pay less. 2 million Hong Kong dollars is about 2 million. Yeah, 2 million HKD is about 350 grand Canadian. That's nothing. You only pay 8.25% or 7.5% on 350 grand. And then after that, you have to pay 15% on that? Sure. Where do I write the check? Like, that's ridiculous. That's crazy. I mean, it's to promote people, obviously, for to do business there, but I know some people are going to be skeptical, right? Lowest income tax in the world. Yeah, 0% income tax. Bahamas, there's a lot of people. Brunei, Cayman Islands, a lot of people that go to those places, you don't have to pay any tax. Hey, it's good seeing you again. You take care, okay? Have a good night. We'll chat tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by the way. 6%. 23. No. Ugh. 13 speed, not very high at all. Actually pretty shitty rolls. This is also not, this is 18 crit though, which is decent. No, I'm gonna sell both of these. They're just not good enough. I shouldn't keep crap. I'm just rolling some ruins, Texas, if you're still there. It's just a mobile game I play in my spare time. I gravitate way more towards mobile games at my older age. It's just way more accessible for me. I can, like, if I'm waiting for my mom to do grocery shopping or whatever, I can just, like, sit in the car and play this or whatever. Walk to IKEA for coffee, play this. It's just so much easier. Okay, got nothing. That sucks. But it is life. Let's take a look at these other ones. What I get from this. Okay, let's see if I can get something new. Nope, I have that already. Nope, that's new. Never mind. My bad. Let's collect this. Let's get this one. When does this last till? 2 days. I have 2 days to do this. Maybe I will do all the summons tomorrow. That was my plan anyways. For fun, but obviously this isn't really the crowd. I don't think you guys are gonna understand what the hell this is. You're gonna be like, what the fuck is this? Oh well. Part of the journey, I guess.
This Shakiro guide consists of like.
So let's watch a video together. I was just learning some pro Dota from a ex-pro player, Dubu. He used to compete when I watched Dota 2 pretty religiously. He's a Korean professional Dota player, and he's a support 5 player, so this is the same role I play.
Three things.
I'm going to fast forward it to a little bit because he already started talking about the laning phase. So
my answer is yes. So you want to have this tango and then get ready.
His build is smart. He talks about having 6 tangos, a grenade, a stick, and 2 sentries, all for healing purposes and trading. Trading just means that you're trading with the other opposing team. So you can outlast them because these tangos, they regenerate your health, which is this green bar right here, right?
Angle that you approach to the lane. Because normally when you play Jakiro, this hero has like what? 400 range? And then normally enemy position 4 is like 600 range. Basically it has more range than you. So you cannot just like be in the open space and then try to like right click enemy. Then you're gonna get like the open space, you're gonna get out right click, out harass. So it's really important for you to hide in the tree and then take the anger nicely. Like from their perspective, they don't see me. And then boom, I'm in the close range and I shows up. Like this. This is like so important. Look where I am. I'm hugging the tree. So this is like super important. Like the angle that you approach in the lane. Not like this. It has to be like this. Like this angle. Abuse this tree, or like this, or like this. Obviously, if Mars, like let's say you are trading here with the Hoodwink. Let's say you are trading here. Let's say suddenly Mars is angling towards you. What do? You just go back. Basically, obviously you don't take 2v1 anger. But in the 1v1 anger, you need to take nice like anger. Not like staying in the open space. If you stay in the open space, then they hit you. And also another tip about this, using the third spell. If you see, it says 600 range. But if you right click and then make it the auto cast, then it become 400 range. So it's really important for you to abuse. Like you have to manually press this spell. Then you're gonna hit with the 600 range. I show you. Boom. You see this? The reason why I can hit this Hoodwink is because I'm not auto casting this spell. I manually click it. I press E and then click this guy. And then hide. Because I don't have button. He's gonna out harass me. I'll right click. So I hide. I shows up, hit him, and then now I have a third spell. I am hiding in the tree. Mars is coming to me. I'm out. Yes. And now I know what this guy wants. He wants to block the small camp. So I'm ready here to bully this guy. Boom, 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 boom. He put the sentry to block this. And manually I unblock this. And
so anyone that doesn't play this game, and anyone that's listening, the reason why this is so important is because this play pretty much probably won him the lane. He anticipates his move without vision. Hoodwink is this character right here. He wants to put this blue thing, which is a sentry, in the small camp, which is what Dubu is protecting right now. Okay? And the reason why you do that is because these spawn neutral camps. Neutral camps will provide you more gold. They can also be used for pulling the lane. Pulling the lane resets the equilibrium, meaning that your hard carry actually farms closer to your tower, or, which is the safe zone, or farms very far from his tower and closer to the enemy's tower, which is the danger zone, right? You want to keep your carry at the safe zone because it's more dangerous for for the enemy. Okay, so that's what the Hoodwink is coming up to do, is trying to block the camp. And yes, Dubu already has a sentry prepared in order to unblock it. But what's really amazing is he's on the high ground right here where the stairs are. So let me just increase the quality here. Okay, maybe that's just standard quality. He's on the high ground where he can see vision out of the fog of war. Hoodwink can't. If you look at Hoodwink's view, like perspective, he actually can't see Jakiro up here. So Jakiro gets free shots on Hoodwink up to, I mean, I'll show you this. So look, his health bar is full right now, okay? And Hoodwink, and Jakiro is level 1, Hoodwink is level 1. Let's see how much damage he actually does to Hoodwink, just from this simple interaction.
to bully this guy.
So
Boom,
1 attack,
boom,
2 attacks, 3
boom,
attacks, 4 attacks.
boom.
Okay, he started off at 100% HP. He probably took about 40% just from that interaction. Okay?
He put the sentry to block this. I manually.
He tried to do a drive-by sentry, right? So he came up here. He used his shackle shot, or I can't remember the name of the skill, to hook him onto the tree to disable him for a second. He ran up to the tree, planted the sentry here, and then ran away. But he got hit like 4 times as a result. And Dubu knew this, right? He checked his inventory to make sure that it was gone before he used the sentry to unblock. Okay. Now he didn't unblock it in time, so this thing didn't spawn, and his did spawn. But this is basically the difference between winning lanes and losing lanes.
Unblock this, and now it's like.
And I'm definitely not at Dubu's level or professional or anything like that. But I know I've played enough of the game to know and I understand the mechanics.
Crazy, because now you know this guy doesn't have sentry anymore, and then from this point, same. You're just playing for level 2 timing. Yeah, just looking. Now I was like, nah.
So that was a 2-on-1 situation. Mars peered out of the tree. It's a good thing that they're only level 1, or else they probably could have threatened Dubu a lot. That's why you ran to the left to get away from them, because anytime you have a 2-on-1, you're probably bound to die, or take so much of your HP that you have to run back to Fountain, or spend any extra money for gold for regen. Like, there's a whole bunch of bad shit that could happen, right?
Dancing with this guy. I know this guy is hiding here. This is my mistake.
Yeah, that was a big mistake. So you guys can see that one mistake when he didn't see Mars show back in the lane to hit these creeps. He almost died. Like, that took out 90% of his health. He might die here still.
But I'm survived. And I have a...
He used the stick. He bought himself a salve at extra regen to top up.
Serve ready. This Mars already says end.
Yeah, so this is toxic behavior when the Mars knows the lane's going badly. He just says end, which is kind of ridiculous because you're really 1 minute and 32 seconds into the match. Like, you don't roll. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is one of the example of how I lane. And then when I get level 2, obviously now you start to use the ice. Like, when to use fire, when to use ice is really easy. You use fire when you cannot follow up right click enemy. You use the ice when you can right click them like 1 or 2 times more after using the ice.
That's smart.
Normally with the slow or with the stun. I show you guys another example. And after the bounty, what do? I buy the serve. I buy one serve and one mango. Yes, you see this? One serve and one mango. So this is the ore reason that I need. After this, I don't need to buy any more reason on this hero. So, same thing against Centaur and Hoodwink. So, they can easily follow up. They have whatever, the bushwhack and double stun. So, same thing. Abuse the 600 range. I abuse 600 range. And I look at this Centaur. He's BG CSing. Okay, I go in. Oh, this guy's close. He can stun into stun. I see the Hoodwink here. Now they're split. So I chase him. Yeah. So I'm pretty much abusing the fact that 2 of them are split. When they're split, I harass. When they're together, I just throw the liquid fire with the 600 range. Like this. And don't commit. It's like dancing. You need to dance when you play this hero. And now I know this is the block. I just checked it. I am chilling here to get the level 2. Look, you see this? When I go in, I know like this guy is looking at me with the double stun. I back. I don't chase. I don't over chase, guys. I don't over chase. Just look at this CS. Make sure you are playing under the XP range. Yeah. So now I know. One more creep, I'm gonna get level 2. So in order for me to harass, I want to pull it.
This is the mindset of, like, these are the things that a pro player thinks about. And Dubu's, he used to play pro. I don't know if he still plays competitively, but he's not even like thought of as one of maybe, I don't know, the top 30 players or top 10 players or even top 10 support players, but he's calculating the reason why I play this game is because it's so intricate in the way that you think about things. Like he's thinking about one more creep that's gonna die here or here or whatever. He's gonna get a level 2 spike, which is which is called a quote unquote power spike, which is gonna let him abuse the matchup and the lane even harder than what he's been doing, right? So let's see how he
So
leverages
I have
it.
a more space. So I am telling my carry, bro, I'm pulling, boom, and then this is normally you
He got
want to
level
hide.
2.
You don't really want to show when you get level 2, but you hide here, and level 2 timing, you go on them pretty much. With the level 2 timing, liquid frost, and then dual breath and grenade, and with the 2 more right click, you do 500 damage. So
That's
you're
crazy.
doing a lot of damage. You're pretty much playing for level 2 timing on this hero. And when you get level 2, like don't think about
500 damage. Like Jakir is a very tanky support. He has 764 HP. Hoodwink probably has like 550. So sometimes you actually don't need to kill the enemy support or the enemy offlaner in order to do enough damage to them to win the lane. Like if you knock them out to the point where they're only 10% HP, they only have two choices. Either they die to you, they die to a neutral camp, which is even worse because there's a penalty for them, like the respawn time is longer, or they run all the way back to Fountain to heal, or they buy more regen. Either way, it's bad for them. They run all the way back to the Fountain and then they TP back. They wasted about 30 seconds to, like maybe 45 seconds. They missed 2 full waves, which your carry's going to have way more gold, way more levels, whatever. If they buy more regen, that means they're spending more money on regen instead of actually items to accelerate them, right? So they're consumable items. That's what we call regen. If they die to a neutral camp, there's a penalty where it adds, 20, 30 seconds to your respawn timer. So that's like the worst case scenario. And then if you kill them, I think you and your carry split like 200 gold, whatever, per kill. So either scenario is kind of shit, really. So doing 500 damage is a significant amount,
like who is the best target. You just go whatever close, like against both of you guys. Like you just go whoever in the range, basically. So in this situation, obviously Centaur is in the range, right? Because he's in front of the slaughter. So I go to the slaughter. Boom. Committing. Look how much damage I'm doing.
That's crazy.
Yes. And now I'm waiting for this again. Oh, never mind. He committed.
He's dead.
He's dead.
Yeah. The Hoodwink underestimated how much damage the Jakiro and Sladar can do.
Yes.
Yeah. So you can see the Centaur lived, but he is at maybe 10% health. Sladar still has about 50% health. Jakiro has, 70% health? And mana? So even if the Centaur walks back into lane, he will probably be killed. Or he'll have to play so conservatively, like the back here, if the creeps are meeting up here, like so passively and defensively that he won't be able to get up here to get any last hits. Right? Last hits, when you basically do the last hit to kill the creep, you get gold from it. If you get the reverse happens as well. So if the enemy carry denies a creep from you, you get denied that gold and you get a fraction of the experience. So denying is actually really important as well, mechanic in this game.
And then now I am looking at the CS again because wave is here. I still have this CS to contest. No need to go for pulling. Deny. Centaur is in my range. Now like I know that they are not giving us anger anymore. So what do? Instead of like wasting mana on the frost and then Q, I just go back to the fire. I just spam the fire because I don't have anger to chase them down. Okay, boys. So this is the against double melee. I am playing against Bounty and Mars. And then normally against 2 melee, I prefer starting with the boots, like boots, sentry, and grenade, something like that. But this game, I start with the magic stick because I am playing against bounty hunter. Like unlike other position 4, this bounty hunter he trades against you with the shuriken and then shadow walk. They also have a Mars, so they have like
One, just to let you know, it absorbs charges. So anytime an enemy hero uses an ability, you get one charge, and then for every charge, and then you can use it. Basically, you deplete all the charges at once, so you get back 20 mana and 20 health per charge, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's or 15. I can't remember. So his point is basically that Bounty Hunter is a very spam-heavy hero in terms of abilities. He's going to get a lot of charges from it. And Mars in a way as well, how he farms.
4 spells stemming in my lane. That's why I started with the stick. Against melee, it's little different. The difference against the double melee and then range is that against double melee, you harass enemies off lane. Instead of like you try to trade here against enemy melee that has Scout Shield, you are going for the Mars, basically enemy off laner. Yeah. So I know this guy is here, Bounty is here. What he wants to do? He's gonna like try to pull this wave or drag the wave. He's gonna do. I ignore this guy. Why? Because I cannot stop him anymore. I mean, I cannot stop him. I cannot stop from him doing this. He has boots, he has more movement speed, and I didn't hit my hit timing. So, instead of wasting time here, I am harassing this guy. I harass this guy, he's hiding, and I know the bounty is gonna pull this. That's what I said. Instead of chasing this guy, which is useless, I am staying in the lane and messed up the next wave. In this way, I am getting XP as well. This is really important. When you play Jakiro, it's really important to not miss XP because level 2 timing is so crucial. So, see, I got all the XP here, and he's trying to pull. I am also dragging. So, don't give this guy like this anger. If he takes this anger, then he's gonna mess up with our last hit here. But if he's going for
What Bounty Hunter is trying to do is drag the creep wave to a safer spot so that his Mars can farm, and basically it's in between the two towers, so they can easily just deny the entire wave. This is super detrimental for your team if it's happening to you because you get no experience, you get no gold from that. You might probably be outside of EXP range. There's a certain range, I think it's like 2,000 units or something like that. In order to get experience. So they'll accelerate themselves a lot. That's why he parked the creeps up there to basically aggro the creeps and drag it for his hard carry. So this guy has to go the long way all the way around.
further away, then it's okay. If he goes like this far away. And now I put it here.
So now he kind of Uno reverse card him, you know. And he pulled the wave to here to intersect with his creeps. So this enemy carry, his carry can now deny all these creeps, farm all these creeps safely, and this Mars and Bounty Hunter won't get any of this experience right here.
Let carry enter this, and I am playing for level 2. I am looking at what this guy is doing. Okay, he's gonna put the creep here. Okay, this full wave, I'm gonna be level 2. Yeah, so pretty much this is what I'm doing. Playing for level 2, get this melee, get the XP here. So now I am gonna become level 2. With the level 2, I am strongest hero in the map right now. And I just check. Okay, so I have a full wave, healthy wave coming. What this guy wants? He wants to hold these 3 creeps here before, not like here. Why? So he can keep the tower range. He can keep the wave here. So I'm pushing this guy. I pressure this guy, throw buttons on me, so he cannot hold the creep wave here. Yeah, if I didn't press my buttons, he's gonna hold creep wave here with the full HP. But I press button to pressure him, so he lost like 300 HP. Boom. And then now level 2 is splitting, instant punish this guy. And then
He
now,
almost
because
died.
I am level 2, I can contest this. I can 1v2 here. Because I'm strongest heroes on the map, again. He comes here, I bully him. Yeah. So you guys see the big difference. Level 1, chasing here, it doesn't do anything. But with the level 2, I go here, I can pressure them with the wave. I am 2v1ing. Yes. So make sure he doesn't hold creep wave here. I push him away, and this guy is holding the wave. Nice. Lotus is spawning, so I go for the Lotus. 3 minutes, I take the Lotus. Wave is here. He's level 3. Now we can pressure him. We can even dive under tower. Boom, pressure him. Whatever in front of me, I pressure. Boom, pull the lane back. From now, it's like easy. Like everyone knows. Trade with the buttons, push out the lane, pull the creep back. Trade here, push out the lane, pull the lane back, pull the lane back. Pretty much, it's like that. This is pretty much all about the Jakiro's laning phase.
That was good. I liked it. That's smart.
Anyway, now it's the second phase, yeah? Second phase of this guy, which is the early game. Early game in the Jakiro is all about figuring out which heroes are pressurable. Like, which heroes are pretty much killable. That's really important to figure it out.
Gonna have a cookie. Be right
And then
back.
how to figure that out is you need to look at the combination of the heroes. Like for example, this game, obviously as you guys can see, I can pressure Mars. Why? Because Marcy plus Jakiro, they die. And there's another lane I can easily pressure. What is it? Which is like Terrorblade lane. Why? Because I have a Pango, 2 button slow, and Rubik stun nuke. So I am playing off top and then bottom. Basically 2 side lane. Isn't Monkey King versus Sand King really good matchup? You can pressure mid too. Yes, however this is tricky. He's gonna be in this, he has a Boron Strike, it's annoying for me. However, Mars and then TV is like easy target. So right now, next 5 minutes, I'm gonna play towards pressuring these 2 heroes. Basically. It's like same as the silencer. I'm not sure if you guys watched my silencer guide, but silencer guide is the same. From 5 to 10 minutes, that you figure out which hero you pressure and play towards it. And then, as what I said, it is like easy kill, so I am gating. And then they know that I'm gating. They scanned me. But doesn't really matter. Why? Because as long as I'm here, what this guy do? He cannot see us. He's like going back. Look where he is. He's like here. He's giga scared. Because I am killing him so easily. So he's like getting, I am pressured. And then, because I know that he knows I'm here, instead of wasting time, I just go back. Because again, I have a 2 lane I can pressure. Not only TV, I can pressure TV or Mars. I just go back, boys. They think I am bottom. So boom. Out of guard. There's a Mars again. Easy.
Yeah, that was important. The Twin Gates only cost 30 or 35 mana, so you're incentivized really to take them back and forth from the top of the map to the bottom of the map. And he abused it really well. He even said it. They scanned him so that they knew that he was going to go after TB. What they didn't know is he teleported back, essentially, right away, to go pressure the Mars. They got a kill in lane as a result. And now Mars's lane is ruined. Like, you can see, look at the net worth, right? This is how you judge, more or less, how you did in lane. Jakiro's 1020, which he's a position 5. That's kind of standard. But the support, the position 4 that he's supposed to be going against, is the lowest net worth out of everyone at 816. So normally the position 4 is supposed to at least be a little bit higher than the position 5 when the laning stage ends, and it's gonna end pretty soon. It's 4 minutes 47 seconds, so I would say that it's probably ending in about 3 minutes. But look at the difference. Marcy is almost at 3k net worth, and Mars is only 1509. He just died. he needs to respond and TP back to here. So he's going to miss another 16 seconds before he responds. Then the TP, walk into lane, probably about 30 seconds total.
Yeah. And then I will show you guys another example. So this game, which hero is my target? And my target this game is Alchemist. Why? Because I have a Ursa carry versus Pudge, which is like you can leave this guy alone. This Pudge hero cannot do anything to my Pudge. And then killing Timbersaw is tricky, especially before this guy level 6. So going mid is not an option. However, look at the top. I have a Skyrat and Tango. Same, I have a 2 nukes. This guy have 3 spares, and this hero doesn't have this spare. So he's gonna die to my nuke. So same thing, after winning my lane, I just take the gate because this is pressure over. And I am here. My Tango is like network super low. I feel like they know me. We don't have buttons, we don't have mana, so I am patiently waiting. I put the ward. Instead of showing myself, I am waiting. Because lane is here. Look, same situation. They probably know I'm here, guys. Because I am missing. I am missing from bottom lane. I can only be here. But again, just because of my presence, look at this Alchemist. He cannot do anything. He cannot hit single crit here from now. And this is like whatever his mistake, he's gonna get gone on. But doesn't change. Just watch from Alchemist POV. Look at how many denied. Tango, boom. Easy Alchemist here.
Yeah, it's a big kill.
Same thing. He tried to pull the lane back, but 4, 5, 6. Deny. Wave is here. Oh my god, toxic. Where am I? Did I go back? No? Why would I go back? Again, I don't need to go back to this lane, guys. It's Ursa versus Pudge lane. This is the lane that I need to pressure. So I'm staying, waiting.
This is one thing that I need to learn to do much better than I am doing right now, is actually teleporting across and being more mindful of when my carry actually just doesn't need me. So if I did a good job and I won the lane, I should just move on and try to contribute where I can contribute the most. I have a tendency, I think, to babysit my carry too much. Some of it's because carries can be really toxic. They cry if you're not holding their hand throughout the entire game. But nevertheless, you know, I'm in control of my own character, so let's see.
For this guy to come back. I am waiting patiently. Pinging this guy. Hey, Alchemist committed. This guy is like, yes, I'm coming. Look, he only got 2 CS, by the way. By me AFK here for 1 minute, this guy only hit 2 CS.
Yeah, that's true. He only got 2 creep kills.
They know I'm here, but doesn't matter. Because I'm so strong. I am so strong, guys. I am really, really strong. And then unlucky. They brought one more hero. But it's okay.
They had to.
Still, is Alchemist hitting any creep? No. He's not hitting any single creep. He got 2 more CS. Nice. Congrats. Yep.
Got the Pudge kill.
And then instead of like looking at this, I just check the rune. And I am looking at Alchemist again. Boom.
Wow.
Sad Watson.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Yep. And then there's the experience spawning. We take the XP. I even have Ursa here waiting for this Alchemist to TP back. But look where he is. He understands. Okay, I really cannot lane, guys. I really cannot. I only got 5 CS in 3 minutes. And because of that, later I will see where Alchemist is. I'm just pressuring the tower because there's no hero in front of me. So I'm pressuring tower. And then now I see where Artemis is. Artemis is mid. He's gonna jungle here. So what do? Boom. Yo, Sky, go, go, press smoke. And running at Artemis. Why? Because this is my target. This is their carry, the most valuable hero to gank, and easiest hero to kill on the map. So I'm running at him. However, unlucky happened. I shouldn't react to this, by the way. Instead of like reacting to this, should have go here. Kill this Artemis and then pressure mid tower.
Yeah.
And then now
I don't think he can save the Pango.
I'm looking at the map. Where to go? I think I still want to pressure this tower. And then, boom, this is the OP move, by the way. Like this patch, you guys really should abuse this move, which is the safe into double gate. You secure the safe lane, show your face, and then double gate. Oh guys, Artemis here. Yo, Ursa, come. Regate. Boom. Dark hero come, Ursa come. Easy. My target is here. Easy kill. And then all these kills naturally convert to the tower pressure, because I have a ability to pressure tower. Like this. By doing this, eventually you're gonna take this tower, you're gonna take this tower, and you're gonna take this tower. All this tier 1 tower force naturally if you're doing good. And I give you guys another example. The reason why I keep showing you guys this early game is because it has lots of variation. Like you really need to understand or keep thinking about it or calculate of like what's correct. So I am here to help you guys make the better decision. So let's check the draft. What do I have? I have a Lycan and Terrorblade Silent. What does that mean? It means he wants to farm AFK farm. What do you want, Lycan? You want to farm. Okay, this guy wants to farm, this guy wants to farm. Then who wants to fight? Ember. Yeah? So I want to play around the Ember. Then now let's look at the enemy hero. Who's the easy target to go? Number 1, Marcy, who won the lane against Lycan. Number 2, Windrunner, who has the Windrun and with the TV. Number 3, Primer Beast. Obviously, Primer Beast. Why? Because he died. He's really vulnerable against Chain. And Chain into slow, he's gonna die easily. This Primer Beast. So this is the main target, this game. So I know that I want to play around the mid. Around the mini fight, after the laning phase, I pull. After pull, I was gonna go to the mid to check the rune.
Okay, Texas, I'm pretty tired.
Classic support move.
I'm probably gonna log. I might play a little bit of games and then, I don't know, try to go to bed early. So I wish you well, it's actually after Christmas. I wish you a Happy New Year. I hope everything works out for you. You have my email. Contact me whenever you need. I'll try to respond in a timely fashion. And I hope you do log into my stream again. And I welcome anyone that you send my way. Thanks again for attending. I really appreciate you sitting through the entire stream. Hopefully you found something interesting on this stream, and we'll talk again soon. Take care. Have a good night.